Already subscribed at Tier 1. They've subscribed for 39 months, currently on the 38-month streak. And why?
Hello. All right. First off, I will mention this directly in the stream after yesterday's poll.
Subscribed at Tier 1. They've subscribed for 40 months. And says yes, sir. And a blind.
After yesterday's impromptu poll, I did increase the deck talk amount to 200 bits, not the 500 that everyone seemed to want, so it's not as bad. But yeah, we're gonna just try that for now and see how that works. So, yep. And Ben, no worries at all. So, all right. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Moonwire, thank you for the Tier 1 sub there and for 39 months. I appreciate that. And It's Carve, thank you for the Tier 1 sub and for 40 months. I appreciate that too. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. So, catch you up from yesterday. This is a cardboard box. It formerly contained a Blu-ray drive, and now there are a bunch of Blu-ray drives around here that all have a custom firmware flash to them that lets them work better with Redump and be able to read CDs more effectively. So, well, there's something to spend them on. Yep, but there's not. I did go ahead and flash all of the drives this morning. It really didn't take too long once I got through the process and just got over the fact that I can't properly back up the firmware, which kind of sucks. Oh, dang it. There's a thing I need to do. Hold on. Impromptu side quest. We need to reboot into Windows. And we need to run the tool, and I want to try and dump the firmware off of a drive that we've already flashed. Dude, I just finished a coffee. It's going to be a long stream. I'm just going to replace this with water from the get-go. This was a 5 a.m. morning for me. I got up at 5 and I was in the office before 7, I think. So yeah, I had an early start today. All right. Now all my comments will be highlights until I run out of channel points.
We added 1 gift sub to Spaukin's gift. End of line.
Spooky, thank you for the 5 gigifted subs, triggering 1 extra. I appreciate that. There is no actual limit on coffee. There is not, but I don't really want to drink 3 gallons of coffee a day. And Wesley, I don't see highlighted messages because of my custom viewer thing. Anyway, Windows. Password. I mean, secure password. Oh, that's right. It didn't work because you gotta push 1 key first. Okay. So, I did slightly mess up here. I'm gonna have to plug this drive back in. So I'm gonna, I think, or is it that? Oh no, I left a disk in one of the. No, I didn't. Never mind. I'm smart. It's been a day. All right. I don't care the custom viewer doesn't see the highlighted messages. I'm just wasting points. It's always the spicy minty coffee. Okay. Let's see.
Subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 42 months, currently on a 42-month streak. And says WINDOWS question mark.
Deck Talk can't even fathom the idea of Windows.
End of line.
And Spice and Bud, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 42 months. I appreciate that. So yes, we have to use Windows for this thing. I said this thing. Yes, just run it. Okay, for the SDF flasher tool for the Blu-ray drives. So, okay, I want... All right, now that the drive has been flashed, and we can reconnect it. This is the LG drive, but it shows up as an Asus drive with a custom firmware. I want to, there we go, non-encrypted firmware as well. I want to try and read this firmware now because I'm curious what this does. I want to make sure it doesn't overwrite any of the existing firmware dumps. So let's try, there's probably no shortcut in Windows for this. New folder, old. Just going to put everything in there to make sure that it doesn't clobber it. And I want it to read this firmware, and I'm curious if this doesn't know it's still the dump user. All right. I have no idea how to make it read the full firmware then. That's annoying. Oh well, at least we don't need to read the firmware. Control-Shift-N. Oh, it does. Well, yeah. All right then. That's the same as Genome, which is not an endorsement. All right. Actually, that's what it is in modern KDE as well, and I don't like it. It used to be F10. Now F10 opens a context menu. Alt F10 is supposed to be context menu, not just straight F10. Bad KDE. Or just the menu button. But I know not every keyboard is as glorious as this one, and they don't all have a menu button. If I select this and then just press that... What is this up? Does the menu shortcut not work in Windows 10? Or is it Shift F10? Oh, it's Shift F10. But why does the menu key not work? Wait, does that not work in modern Windows? Well, that's lame. All right, whatever. I could change the shortcuts in KDE, but I'm not changing it on every computer I use because I won't remember. So you're just going to have to listen to me complain until the end of time. Sorry. All right, we're done with this. Is there anything anyone wants to check out on the computer stuff before we get started properly? So quickly, let me update everyone on where we're at. So I am replacing the drives in the Aleratec Auto Publisher LS with these 3 Blu-ray drives, which I have now flashed to a custom Redumper capable firmware. I tested them with CDR-DAO, and they just never rip a disk again after this for some weird reason that I cannot fathom. but they do work with Redumper, so we're going to be switching to Redumper today. So that's going to be probably the majority of what we do today is swapping out. Well, actually, it's learning. You know what? Let's learn how to use Redumper with this thing first, actually. Maybe we should do that. That seems like maybe a better usage of time than just putting the discs in the robot and then having to figure it out, because it's going to be kind of complicated. So maybe we work on that for a bit. Well, Ben, I'm pretty sure, I can't show you, that's not modern KUbuntu. Pretty sure on modern KUbuntu yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. It is, it's the hamburger menu. Lame. All right, fine. No, you're kind of right. It slightly does the same thing here. Yeah, all right. Anyway, yeah, let's go ahead and reboot to Linux, and let's learn how to use Redumper. I think that's what we should do right now as a standalone program. We're going to go ahead and do it with the LG drive, because that's what I have plugged in, and then we can later on just chuck these into the robot. I mean, we could do that too right now, actually. There's branching paths that we can take today. I don't know which ones we want to do first. I kind of want to learn Redumper, so let's just do that first. All right. Choose your own tech venture, yeah. So I have several test discs here, and I have tried to rip all of these this morning already to varying degrees of success. So let me go over these so that you can understand the challenges that we are up against today. So first off, Lego Racers. This one is the easiest one. Standard, single track, mode 1 CD-ROM. Nothing funky going on here. This is Foo Fighters, Color and Shape. It is a standard Redbook audio CD. Nothing funky going on there. These two are weird. This is the Pre-Gap Hidden Track CD. It's basically audio CD, but has a index 0 that is 1 minute behind the track 1. And then this is a disc that we haven't really messed with on stream. It might be functionally the same as Americana from the Offspring, but we're going to work with this one for a little bit here because I think it behaved differently than Americana did. This is a Blue Book CD, but it's a kind of different one. I'm not exactly sure what the deal is. This is a low volume production disc. So it may not be mastered fully correctly. But the reason I want to look at this one in particular is because I tried to rip this one this morning. Well, let me rephrase that. I did rip this one this morning, but it took 6 minutes for Redump to actually figure out what this disc is and how to rip it. It was 6 minutes before it output anything to the console after starting the Redump command. So I kind of want to see if maybe there is something different that we need to do for a disc like this to make it not take forever to actually start the rip. So, yeah. Where's a Paris accordion CD? Doesn't matter because it's not significant for this test. We are only looking at raw disc layout for this test. How we handle the data and all that stuff does not matter. So, how many of your discs will take that long? Well, Blue Book is a lot more common than some of the other quirks with CDs, so it could actually be a problem for audio CDs. All right, I'm popping in the Linux cartridge. I should print like custom labels for everything on here. That would be kind of fun. All right, let's get this thing fired up. I'm in too bad a mood to chat at the moment. Oh, I'm sorry about that. I'm gonna go tidy your desk and I'm gonna get snappy with people. Sorry to hear that. Hope your day gets better. Copy protected? I'm not sure. No. The Blue Books are not copy protected. They're just, they have 2 sessions and they're wonky. So, yes, this Cooler Master case rocks. I love this case. I was so happy when I found it at Goodwill. What's up? Not at a tremendous price, but still not bad. I forget exactly what this is, but, you know, Cooler Master test bench looking case. Anyway, Still love the SSD eject. Yeah, so that's an IC dock 2-bay SSD. Yeah, I do think that is it, Avatar. The 2-bay one has the springs that push down onto the drives that work better for the thinner SSDs, which is basically all SSDs. If you get the 4-bay one, then it doesn't have the springs, so you have to like pad the top of your SSDs as you plug them in. It's really annoying. Have it on your eBay search list. Oh, is it that difficult to find and or desirable? Should copy protected CDs even have a compact disc logo? Kind of depends. It's weird. Okay. I just want to start out by looking up some generic redump software guides. Like how. Okay. Supported drives, good drives, technical. Okay, good Asus, LG Asus Lite-On can natively read 135 out of 150 pregap sectors, which is usually enough. For 99% of disks, very rarely there's some non-zero data. Early lead in talk area, such drives are unable to extract data and a Plex store is needed. Yeah, but it'll be fine. Wait a minute, is this making it seem like this is the optimal drive? A good Plex store can read about 100? Finally, an Asus flash with has fully unlocked lead out. All of these, interesting, weird. Copy protection audio CDs, but I gotta work with the Plex store. I can't imagine how copy protection on an audio CD would work. Because CD drives are dumb. All right. How do we do this? Identify drive sector order according to SCSI. Mimic specifications, raw CD sector order is blah, 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 blah. I feel like I don't need to do this. What? Malware not working CD drives. That's not copy protection, though. A Blue Book disk is not copy protection. And I got bad news for you. Even the malware that Sony put on the disks or rootkits or whatever, I don't think that would fly as copy protection either, because that, unlike, like, let's say Macrovision, okay, where the video output always has that, you could easily just dub the CD to a cassette. So, and you would never even know that there was copy protection. So it's not, that's totally different. That was just Sony being jerks. Usually they introduce errors that are hard to correct on the PC. So that's safe disk. I've never seen that on an audio CD. It's another step. I mean, yeah, but that's not copy protection. That's something completely different. Okay. Okay, generic drives feature evaluation. This will help you evaluate your generic drive features, make sure. Okay. We don't need to do this, okay, because we're using like the especially blessed drives that are preferred. Okay, examples: run without arguments, blah de blah. Run without arguments. Use first available supported drive with the disk inside and CD aggregate mode. The image name will be auto-generated based on date, time, drive path, and we put in the current process working directory. If you have two drives, first drive is already busy dumping, running Redumper again, we'll dump disk in the next available drive. That's cool. And so on. For easy daisy chaining, please take into account that no SCSI C2 reads will be performed on errors unless you specify retries equal 100. Don't worry, it won't let you spit to tracks if tracks have errors. split to tracks. Okay. Cannot rip the Cactus protected CD with Redumper. Cactus protected CD. I have no idea what that is. Is that something you could link on like Discogs or something? Okay, so you can specify an output name, which I gotta be real, I really don't care about the output name since it outputs so much junk. We're definitely adding errors to my final Pi disk rip or retries version of the command. And hello, Nerdduino and the GeForce. Your dumper refine. This will refine a previous dump on a different drive with the lowest speed. Ugh. Yeah, we're definitely not doing that. That sounds dumb. Maybe if it had errors or something, I don't know. Force generation of track split with track errors just because you really want to see an experiment with unscrambled tracks. Can link the wiki. Okay, that'll work. Cactus Data Shield. I've never heard of this. From CD, DVD copy protection for audio compact disc developed by Midbar Technologies, used extensively by EMI, blah, 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 blah. All Macrovision CD copy protection had quietly disappeared from their website. Okay. Erroneous disk navigation. CDs contain an initial audio session, some of that of an unprotected disk. In addition, this contains a second data session software player for autoplay with lower quality compressed version of the audio. Second session of disc causes some CD players to hang. Second session has been circumvented by another method, which is place masking tape around the disc near the edge. No, that will not hide the second session. Oh my gosh, that's awful. Whatever. So bad. This trivial circumvention of Macrovision copy protection allows copy protected CDs to be copied. Again, this is not copy protection. No. Second aspect of Cactus Data Shield is careful corruption of the audio data. Okay, this might be. It's described in a patent, blah, blah, blah. Summary of the method text during mastering when the waveform of the music comes close to being a straight line, at least the size of a frame, information, blah, blah, blah. Each sector contains any frame. Yeah. Marks the frame and replaces with erroneous data that violates the T sub max, which there is no transition between the high and low data bits. This results in digital sum value error in the CD. Adding duplicate entry to the talk from the audio session onto the second data session. Smaller CD drives only see the second session, erroneous values. Another method is change the start time of the lead out to an incorrect time in the talk. Okay, it's just security by obscurity. Like, yeah. Huh. Yeah, that. It's kind of dumb. I get what you're saying. We can try and actually I do want to try this while we're reading through the wiki stuff. Let me grab a copy of Flight Sim 2000, which has safe disk, which is very similar to what you are describing. And by you are describing, I mean what Wikipedia is describing that you told me about. But for data stuff. Practical way. Yeah, exactly, Wesley. That's what I was saying, is that no matter what, you can always just dub a CD to cassette from a player. Like, there's no way to copy protect an audio CD. This is the weirdest box I've ever seen, and I know I've opened this. There's a cardboard tab here that you have to push in, or yeah, push that in. Then you can slide this to the side, but it sticks out so much, like maybe you have to fold that out. I don't know, that's weird, man. Anyway, let's try and rip this, which I believe again should have safe disk, which is a similar errors in the data encryption method. Also, it came with a whole bunch of books, so you can be a giant nerd. You can do digital copy over SPDIF, normal CD player. Yeah, really. Okay. I have already made a quick little test script that I was using this morning to validate stuff. Matter of fact, I can delete this. So we can just run this Redumper sh file here. That'll let us try and dump this right now. You ever just hate programs because they do stupid stuff? Like not give you anywhere to right click so that I can open a folder here, open a terminal here. Like, where can I click? I guess they want me to use that? No, that doesn't work. Thanks, Genome. Love it. It's the best. There's no right click to run in terminal either. So what I can do maybe is this. Hide modified. No, I can't. I can't make that go away. Oh, wait, open in terminal? I can open a subfolder in a terminal, but I can't select the folder I'm in. Cool. Love it. Anyway, redumper.sh. Enough complaining. Okay. Error. Device or resource busy. Oh, yeah, because it mounted it. Hold on. Unmount SR1. And go. Okay, I'm curious how this ends up working out. So I'm going to leave this down here while I continue to read. So, yeah, C2 errors. We're going to actually get errors on this because that's how the disk is made. The errors are intentional. So intentional it just stopped. That's interesting. Huh. Curious. What are we doing in Ghastly? No, it's very, yeah, no kidding. We're still on the test bench because I wanted to read the instructions on how to actually use Redumper outside of the CD changer so we don't have multiple complications going on at once. Is there no... They don't bind the meta-key right-click for resize by default in GNOME 3? That's disgusting. All right. Why no KDE? There was a reason, but I don't remember what it was. So that's all I got. There was a reason. Don't remember. Maybe it was to test the touchscreen monitor, and I wanted Genome because it's like horrible and it would have worked better, and then I was like, you know what, I'd rather just miss every now and then in KDE instead. Redump wiki, dumping guide, perfect. Okay. Irregular disk types, okay. PS2 unlicensed disks requiring trim. That seems like a little extra. And hello, Portizo. Okay. Yeah, I'm currently not concerned about... currently not concerned about submitting to the Redump archive because I don't fully understand it yet. So this is all the stuff they want collected. Additional parameters, select which drive, special drive speed. Whew. Retries. Even successful retries are not a guarantee of a good dump. Just getting error should be dumped twice. And matching hashes obtained prior to submission. Interesting. Something like AccuRip. I don't know. I've never used AccuRip. That sounds like a Windows program. I'm just going to say this. Redumper works different than probably any... Redumper works different than any audio CD ripping program ever. I'll just start out by saying that. Okay, I'm just going to chuck a retries on the command. Because I want to see what that's like. Retires 100. Retries 100. Okay. Now this will probably take a while. Well, that was a good start. I almost got that right. There we go. Okay. Boom, go. So this is automatically ripping to a new folder. Well, that didn't seem to do anything different. Huh. The GUI guide. ANC format, no limited console games, PC games, audio CD, video CD, some CDRs, errors, blah, blah, blah. Software MPF. What is MPF? A GUI for Redumper and Aru. I always love when I see something like this that it's like, I'm just replicating this with PyDiskRip, but whatever. Makes me question my sanity.
The CX subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 28 months. And says, what is up, brother? I'm grabbing McDonald's breakfast. Want anything? Haha. End of line.
DCAC, thank you for the 28. That's 28 months. I appreciate that.
Apasic subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 7 months. And says another month of alimony. End of line.
Apasic, thank you for these 7 months. I appreciate that. It goes back after the rip. Okay, so I'll be curious to see how that works. That sounds preferable. Dumping guides. Again, how do they dump with a PSP? I feel like this has got to be the easiest thing ever. Not because, like, oh, it's that the soft... Wait, it just... I don't think I went back over it. Ringed? Disk dumping guide? What? Dreamcast CD-ROMs, which also have rings. Is that a standard file system along the outside in a different session or something? USB drive over USB mode. Oh, interesting. I've never heard of that. Okay. I just knew that you could rip the UMDs to a CSO in the parking lot of the game rental place. I mean, I heard you could do that, you know. Yeah, so far I'm not finding what I was hoping for. Photo about ring disc? Yeah, but I don't really care about that. Like seeing that it's GD-ROM and unlicensed PS2 games, I don't really care. That doesn't matter. I'm not ripping Dreamcast games. Is this in the wrong spot? Is that what the problem is? Does it need to be here? Because it seems like this did not do anything. Let's try this again. Helen Croft, I'm guessing that it's... have you ever played Dreamcast? Actually, I have experienced this. Dreamcasts that have a dying laser that can't properly read the GD-ROM. Some games, you'll put them in and it'll play audio that says this is a Dreamcast game disc. It cannot be read in this drive. And it'll play that on the Dreamcast, which sucks. When that happens, it's a bad day. So some Dreamcast games just have audio as like standard Redbook audio at the start of the disc. So I'm assuming that's what it is that there is a very small session with audio data and then the GD-ROM data. How do I set up my output format stuff? This is bugging me. Okay, copy control. Blue Book, not a copy protection format again. Yeah, it seems like the silent areas with the bad sectors is the only real kind of copy protection they added, which a CD player would just skip through, so that wouldn't matter. And good software should have skipped it too.
They've subscribed for 10 months and says, "We are Blu-ray, we are Legion, by your command."
Sleepy Developer, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 10 months. I appreciate that. I'll look at the photo. Wait, this isn't where it was. Still not where it was. Okay, this is not doing the retries. What gives? Am I screwing this up somehow? Because it's C2 errors specifically. We're getting C2 errors. Dash retries value. I know the equal sign is... Is it necessary? Is it just coincidentally working with this drive parameter because there's only one drive that has a disk? Does it need the equal sign? I think it does. Ugh.
4 raiders from Fasulish have joined. End of line.
Fossa Unleashed and Raiders, hello and welcome. We are currently using Redump to dump a CD that has a copy protection on it because I'm trying to learn how this software works. And later on, we're going to be adding 3 drives with similar firmware to a CD ripping robot that I have over here. So I'm just trying to learn more about how to use the software right now before we go through the process of swapping out all of the hardware. So this is an extremely low level disk ripping utility, and I'm just trying to become more familiar with it because it outputs very strange stuff compared to what I've worked with. This is using Aru. Yeah, Jorgen, I did do that. I'm using SR1. The problem was, I guess that was possibly behind the thing. You have to have the equals sign here. So the drive parameter, I did not have this, and it was actually ignoring SR0 because it didn't have a disk, and then just skipping to SR1 anyway, making me believe that I had it set up correctly when I do not. Well, I did not. Now I do have it set up correctly. Oh, Foss Unleashed, that's cool. Does it really have to be the raw SCSI device? I haven't seen that in their documentation yet. Out of band information. Oh, 100% Foss. Yeah, definitely. So just for one example here, as we look at this rip, we'll see this file, the subcode data. So as an example, here is a karaoke CD. So when you put this in a karaoke CD player, you'll actually get a video output over composite video that has text that shows up on the screen so you can sing along with it. That data is encoded in the metadata sub-channels of the CD. It's the same way that CDs also put CD text for like the title of the album and different songs on there. So there's metadata in CDs that you don't normally get access to. So this rips that. But also the way that it rips is it still didn't retry. The way that it rips is lower level and tries to work with the drive more directly. It's just what the README says. All right. I guess I could read the README, but that sounds crazy. I don't know. SG. Huh. No, the device has to represent generic SCSI device as write commands will be executed. Not in any sense of disk burning, but to alter drive states, such as setting speeds, when using device rather than SR0. Huh. I mean, is it just automatically checking that then? Drive path SR1. I don't like that it's still not doing the README was useless for me. Yeah, the README not tremendously helpful. Okay, examples. Drive and then retries. Wait, they don't have spaces in their thing. I mean, equal sign. What's the CD option? Maybe we need to do CD. Oh, wait. You can use spaces and equals interchangeably. Okay. So we don't need that. Maybe we should try this. And just for giggles, I'll replace R with a G and see what happens. Okay. Take 85. Error command CD. Why? Redumper. Help. Does this one have CD mode? No. Disk? So maybe I want disk, not CD. Maybe their README is out of date. Just out of curiosity, what does it do that's not disk? Unable to open drive SG1, permission denied. Ooh, okay. That makes sense because writing is different. So sudo, you know what, maybe let's not do, well, you know, it doesn't matter, whatever, sudo. There, have fun. Failed to read doodads. Okay. SR1 it is. Maybe they have that fixed since their README seems to be out of date. Yeah, there's the text editor. I know. It's yeah. Is this software compatible with Linspire? Probably not. Okay, is it mentioning retries? Well, it's spitting out the arguments here. I don't know what that's going to mean in the long run. But we'll find out. I don't know. I'm starting to think we're just going to have to... Do I just need to use the online help? Is that what this is going to be? No, 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 no. Okay, dump extra, dumps extended disk areas such as lead in, lead out using specified drives. Finds dump files by rereading the disk. Verifies dump files from the disk. Marks any mismatch states. Subsequently finds DVD key. Extracts DVD CSS keys from the disk or cracks title keys on region mismatch. Okay, but why wouldn't it just do that from the get-go? DVD protection. Scans dump files for protections. Weird. I mean, that would be what we are working with, so that might be interesting to try. Split. Generates bin queue track split from dump files. Okay. I wish it wouldn't split it per track, though. Asus skip lead out. Skip lead out from drive cache. Maybe retries only works if it errors. Yeah, but it is erroring. That's the thing. We have 805 C2 errors. which if we find retries somewhere in here, it should say something about that. Retries. So number of sector retries in case of C2 error, default 0. Maybe 100 is not enough. Maybe we should set it to something ridiculous. Oh, this is different. We're getting Q channel errors. It's slowed way down. Did we get Q channel errors before? We got 126 previously, 3 more this time. Okay. Overrides previous dump files. Won't matter. Drive type. Is it not going to automatically determine that? It looks like it does. Drive configuration, generic. Okay, do we need to specify non-generic? FOSS Unleashed, so this is like the most ideal drive to be using with this. So this is the Asus BWD1HT or 16HT, whatever. I'm not sure which one that would be here. Let's recommended drive types. Maybe this will tell us what's what. Writing tracks, morning pre-gapping complete, disk data offset. This is doing something different this time, at least. It still didn't seem like it went over and redid stuff, but it extracted an ISO this time. Well, it didn't extract an ISO, it acknowledged it, I'll say. It didn't do that previously. Yeah, okay, let's just try that real quick. See if this at least tells us which drive type to use for the drive. I think this will, okay. So for Asus, this thing, it's just straight Asus. That's the drive type, just straight Asus. Okay. List of recommended drives. But was that actually an option? No. Override drive type. Both, what do you mean, second from the bottom? Are there 2 entries for it? BW168. Why are there 2 entries for it? I guess that one is mine because this is a different firmware revision. Yeah. Which mine isn't technically that either. But it's still Asus and it still doesn't match the other thing. Naming seems too obscure. Yeah, I don't know. This is strange. This is mildly interesting. This hash thing, info. It didn't. Redump.org errors. So did it match this to a database and check it? This is weird. What am I trying to rip? This is Flight Simulator 2000. This is a Microsoft published game that has Safe Disk DRM. APLS is Auto Publisher LS, and it is this CD ripping robot that I have over here. It has 3 CD drives and a mechanical arm that allows it to move the discs from hoppers into drives. We're going to be replacing those with Blu-ray drives that have been firmware modded to be able to read the discs better in a bit. Right now I'm trying to work on understanding the software that I'm going to have to use with these drives now because it stopped working with my existing software. But my existing software was not great to begin with, so this is a better option, but this works just differently. Saw your video on it? Yeah, yes. One of these should be yours? Probably. Computer is cursed. Also, that's weird. It opened that in a different tab, but it's the tab that was not the one I was using. Huh. How did you find this? Did you just go to redump.org instead of like searching the hash on Google? Probably like a smart person. Let's see, professional edition. This is not the professional edition, so it should be this. Data mode, write offset, blah, 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 blah. Errors 105. Let's see, MD5. 1B1. No, this one, that one's not mine. Let's see. Just for kicks. No, it's not that Pro Edition. It's not that Pro Edition. So far, the MD5 is not matching. Yeah, mine doesn't match that directly. Weird. Yeah. Just search top right on Redump. Okay. Such Microsoft anyway. What, the Flight Simulator 2000? Yeah. Huh. All right. Find a program to deal with split bin queues, bin merge. I mean, can't I just like pipe them together? Like, is 7 items? No. Where's some more items? 1. Have I not ripped an audio CD with this? Hold on. Let's just really quick rip Foo Fighters. Also needs to rip the... Oh, yeah, it does the Q file too. Okay, then that makes sense. Yeah, I was just going to try and look up parameters to make it not split them. Is it always going to split them? Let's rip the Blue Book disc. No, I did rip the Blue Book disc, although I didn't use the fancier method for ripping it. So let's try that. Okay, so this is Master Zap and the Null Pointers, The Curvature of Space. And we're going to rip this. This is a Blue Book audio disc. This one matches. 1B1. 1B1. Yep, that one does. Region. Oh, it's multi-flag. Oh, okay, I didn't see the multi one. Alrighty. Anyway, this is a Blue Book disc. Let's see what this does. I did actually rip this already this morning. It should be 844. It would be this one. For some reason, it didn't split the data, though. So yeah, that's this. But I'm curious if with the more direct CD, anyway, with Flight Sim, the current command we used did more. So I'm curious what that would do. So yeah, this has session 1 right here, and then session 2 with an ISO 9660 block. So that's what a Blue Book disk is, multi-session. Cool if Redumper actually set a match. Maybe it does. There's a lot of output here. Like a lot of output. Holy moly. I am using the new ones, Dave. Put MD5 into search on Redumper and pulls the result directly. Okay. Can I get the MD5 before ripping? Because I feel like, yeah, it generates the MD5 from the rip, so there's no way to know that before it. Yeah, so this is the one that's going to take 6 minutes to start. So at 9:32 my time. Wait, no, that's the date. I'm an idiot. At 11:08 my time, it should actually start. But I'm curious if with the new settings it does something more. Because yeah, this is boring. I need to figure out how to get a bin queue out of this. It didn't generate a bin file from this. We just have the scram data, which is useless. So this is why we need to figure out how to make these drives work. Because this is kind of the same problem I had with Aru. Like, sure, this is a backup, but like, how do I make this work with literally anything else? So that's what we need to figure out. There's a force split option. Okay. I'm going to guess that's this generates from bin queue track splits from dump files. Okay. What are my options? Are there different split options? Offset, split, force split. Don't replace erroneous sectors with generated ones. Well, what would they be replaced with? Like, just skip them? Because that'd be weird. Force Q talk based split. I don't know what that is. Replicate DIC sub-channel based track split. That's weird. Drive just made a weird, like, sound, so I'm guessing it's doing it now. Trim each ISO 96 data track to PVD volume size useful for disks with fake talk. I have no idea what that is. Fill byte value for skip sectors. Okay. So two things. One, I don't see an option to not split all of the bin queues. And two, I was kind of hoping there would be an LBA offset option for Blue Book discs, but there's not. So we'll try and do a post-processing split on this, I think, and see what we get with it being a multi-session disc. This will be interesting. I want to let it do this rip on this one. We'll experiment on this because this seemed to behave better with these commands. There's currently no queue because you only told it to dump with that CD. You have to admit that. Okay. Oh, so when I was doing the barbaric commands yesterday when we were getting the bin files, it was because I wasn't saying dump, so it wasn't doing, okay. So if I wanted, well, I mean, I get the fake table of contents of the disk, but I've never useful for disks with a fake talk. Like, what is that? What does that even mean? It's saying the disk has a fake talk. Oh, wait a minute. I think that's for those stupid cactus disks with the DRM where the second session has a new talk to try and trick the drive. Oh my gosh. Oh, I hate CDs. They're awful. Okay. So I have no clue. You make audio into wave and FLAC since the raw into audio has a click at the start since there is CD text and stuff. Yeah, convoluted DRM schemes are awful. No, CDs themselves are terrible too. It's not just DRM. The fact that the CD specification allows this kind of DRM is insane. Huh. Okay. LBA ranges of sectors. Skip. Yeah, let me just read through all of these right now. Rings. Enable file system-based rings detection. Skip subcode destank. Skip storing sectors with mismatching subcode Q absolute MFS. Okay. Force refine. The RIP has actually started now. We can see the multiple sessions and the multiple sectors. This doesn't take long. But there we go. 11:08, 6 minutes for some reason. We'll try ripping Americana after this. See what that does. See if it's the same problem with all blue books, or maybe this one's just cursed. I wouldn't be surprised if this one's just cursed. Okay, refine subchannel addition and C to refine subchannel. Okay, so that rereads and revalidates. That's a good option because subchannel I don't think has the parity bits. Skip sectors, offset hint for range sectors using BE method. That sounds a lot like the LD decode thing where you tell it roughly where the start of the video data is. Because laser discs are also cursed in their own special way. So my LD workflow software will actually like skip farther into the disk, start to read, grab the timecode start point, and then skip back by the start amount, find that, and then for its real read, we'll inset that a little bit so that the software starts just slightly before the disk actually begins, if I remember correctly. Test to set drive model before rip with another CD. Maybe general uses wrong commands. That is possible, but we couldn't find a way of matching it. That's the thing. We just have these. And I have no idea what matches what for my ASUS drive. I will agree, I don't like the drive type being generic in the outputs, because I'm pretty sure that's what it's saying it's using. Yeah, drive configuration generic. I don't like that. But I don't know which one to use. Anything funky about video CDs? So there's like 3 different kinds. I don't know. I own one video CD, and I haven't really experimented with it too much because I'm not even sure that there's a good way to decode the data. You know, let's try a different search. Because I think, yeah. This. Let's try searching that drive Redumper. See if we can find any, like, anecdotal information about people utilizing these. AI trying to use hip cool lingo. It's drive type definitions. Custom firmware shows type generic. Type generic. Okay. So basically, it looks like the only thing they actually map something for is Plex Store. Oh no, there's the other ones. Okay. So Asus 8. A is something weird. BUN 40. Okay. None of the options there beyond. Yeah, okay. My drives do appear to be generic. Generic seems to be correct looking at that. Okay, this is having its stumble through the end here for some reason. It's probably trying to read the lead out or something. Okay. Flashing the firmware. What is this? It's just a mirror the Git repository. Okay, sure. Wait, can I rip PS3 discs with this? We want to try? Because coincidentally, I have one in the office right now. Yeah, Lopstick, I know. It's the same thing as always. I'm not bothering to install that on every single computer I own. Just like, I'm not. It's not, I appreciate it. Yeah. Man, it's making wonky sounds. You guys seem to like it when I bring up I'm going to call it the ASMR mic, so here you go. Oh, actually, you know what? I have this here. I can click my way through this fine. Oh, wait, yeah, that's Google Chrome. No, that doesn't work. This is Firefox, baby. All right. Dude, why is there no information about this? Because ripping discs is awful. That's why. And it's two sides of the same coin: preservation, piracy, and you gotta figure out where you are on that line. And if you're on one side of that, you do all of this under subterfuge. And so, all right, fine. I'll click my way through this. Add. Although I remember this not working last time, so we'll find out if it actually works. Or DuckDuckGo. I got bad news for you. Let's see. Test. DuckDuck, whatever. Search Assist. Duck AI. Yeah, they're going to the path of darkness as well. Bolts have loosened on my stool. What's wrong with DuckDuckGo? They're developing their own AI nonsense. Insert the Ewan McGregor, you were the chosen one. Meme. Man, it's taking a sweet time. I'm gonna go grab the PS3 game. This might be a challenging one. I don't know. Ow. Don't punch random stuff. It hurts. Why so hate for AI helping in so many projects? We gotten fine, along fine without it. We don't need it. I'm not even getting into it. There is no controlled use. You cannot possibly have controlled use. All right, so we're gonna try and rip Ratchet and Clank, Quest for Booty. This is a Peggy game. I'm going to spoil this for everyone because literally no one got this. I showed this in the Aleratec video. This is a European-only release of a... I don't know how to describe it other than a short format game that was in the rest of the world download only. So I imported this from Europe because PlayStation 3 is actually region free, so you can play the European copy in the US. That made it so that I have every Ratchet and Clank game for PS3 as a physical copy. So yeah, these are surprisingly not horrifically expensive either. So if you are a big Ratchet and Clank fan, you can get that, and it's not horrible. But remember, Into the Nexus is actually more expensive than this, but, you know, that's a different thing. Rippings going along. Yeah, that same one. I mean, it's a little closer for you, so that kind of makes sense. Even region free for the Blu-ray video discs? I don't think so on that one. Still need to play Rift Apart. It's so good. So good. Oh my gosh. It's ridiculously good. If it works, I need a link to that drive. We're going to find out. I have no idea. Region free except for the DLC. Hilarious. Holy moly, look at all that metadata. There's a redump.org entry for this? Where do I get the SR1 hash? Well, they do track 14, so they do the last one. So we can just go to redump.org and pop that in, and we can see it. Really? I want to see this. Why wouldn't there be? This is niche. This is very, very, very niche. Oh, there's quick search. Boom. Go. You have heavy rain. No, that's not for me. No discs found. I don't know what this means then. No, Freefall, this is not that. So I ripped this disc. This is an independent release for music. I'm not even sure that this was actually published in the United States, and published is a strong word. So you'll note there's no UPC. So yeah, I don't know what we would... What's track 00.1? Because we've already seen that it doesn't put pre-gaps in a separate track. It puts them in the track. Which, by the way, I didn't actually say this. I think that's the right call. There's also a chance I said something different yesterday. If I did say something different, I've changed my mind. Having the pre-gap track in the individual track makes too much sense. It's really... That's how you should do it. I still don't like splitting the tracks, though. So, yeah, it's probably lead-in, but that's weird. With this being such a unique disc, I'm actually slightly curious if there could be audio in the lead-in. That's so weird. Ooh. That looks like there could be audio. Okay, we're opening that. That's for sure. If there is audio here, I've never heard it. Crack in Time Collector's Edition. I should have the Standard Edition. I don't think I have the Collector's Edition, but I would have to double check. Yeah, 10 megabyte is there's audio in there. Import, raw data. This one. That one. 16-bit, Little Endian, 2-channel, 44100. Import. Ooh. Um, huh. We're going to play that. Unfortunately, there's no way for me to make this make sound. I can plug in headphones and that might allow it. I'm plugged into DVI, which can technically carry audio, yes, but that's not going to work. I don't know if I have the front panel audio connector actually set up here. Let me see. So this is more interesting than you may realize. Huh. You have back panel audio? Yeah, I got front panel. Front panel did work though. It's working. I can hear it. It's just a buzz. More interestingly is the back. I'll open the 2.4K one. I don't think it's going to be much. Yeah. Import. Okay. Anyone want to look up? Yeah, there's nothing there. Anyone want to look up what Amiga audio data? Yeah, I think Yin, I think you are not incorrect. Trying to, okay, hardware, and then Sonic TS1, 2, Yamaha C5, Korg Mono Play, Roland MKS50, Sound Blaster AW32. Okay, that's not very Amiga. Is it just control signal for the CD drive? I don't know. That's CD. CD independently released by me. I hold all copyrights to the artwork and information. CD has both audio section and a data section. I want to know more about this. Oh, man. So this is from 1997. Why am I fixing? I don't know. What am I fixing? I'm not fixing anything right now. We're just we're testing Redumper with the drives that I have firmware modified yesterday. Okay, I don't know what you guys are talking about, like a file format. Because I'm talking about like Kansas City standard kind of thing for like how audio data is stored. Is there a cassette storage method for Amigas for like software? Like, was that a thing? Sounds too regular to be anything useful. I don't. Yeah, that's the thing is I don't know. This doesn't sound like Kansas City standard to me. This is a little bit here. I don't know. This is weird. They do seem pretty regular. This is weird. Amiga software on cassette? Why would you? I don't know. On cassette? Nope. Okay. What is this? It's definitely not copy protection. This would just not have copy protection. At least most likely. Bin. We don't have a hex editor on here. I'm gonna make some of you cringe. Top channel getting slightly larger. Looks like 32-bit value, maybe an index. Yeah, we're gonna look at it in a hex editor here. Amigas were way too new for cassette storage. They're from 1984. They're not that new. And if I'm wrong about the 84, 87 then, and it's still not that far off. File's been changed on disk. Why, though? This is why I hate Bless. Bless sucks. Using for users and everything. Okay. So it's all zeros until the very end. There's no ASCII data, by the looks of it. I would love to know what this is. Because I have no idea. Apparently I was going to make myself cringe. I never want to run Bless again. That was awful. I forgot how horrible it is. Okay. Man, that's really interesting. I didn't think that was what we were going to find. Huh. What system was the CD designed for? That's the thing. Audio players and PCs. I'm pretty sure it's not even a hybrid file system. I think it's just standard 9660. Huh. All right. Well, let's try and rip the PS3 game. And then, I don't know, we'll put the drives in the robot and then just mess with it, I guess. Because I'm still not feeling like I'm finding anything great here about this, so. Try check track 1. It's just going to be music. Yeah, look at the size of that compared to everything else. It's just music. Hello, Rimdog Cap. Only tape I ever use is VHS for backup. Use a video output. I am aware of those. Those are weird. What does it do if you put it into a Mac system? I don't know. All right, Ratchet. Wait, you can just read it with Linux? That's cool. It may have mounted it, so I should actually look. PS3 game. Oh, yeah, look, we can just read PS3 games. Wait, okay, is this normal? Because I've never actually put a PS3 game into a PC. Is that normal? Or is this the firmware with its secret sauce? Think it's normal? PS name, 3 games, normal? Okay. Well, in that case, let's unmount it and then see what we can do. This is funny. I don't know what this is going to output. I need to download RPCS3 and see what we can do with this. Like, I just, like, being able to just pop a PS3 game in there and rip it's kind of awesome. Oh, yeah, we didn't check the other one in the hex editor. That's fair. Oh, I'm going to have to open Bless again. Gross. Yeah, it seems like it's ripping. Oh, I was going to say it's ripping really fast, but it's also really small. Oh, that's a lot of data. There's more actual data in this than the other one. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Okay, most of the Ratchet and Clank disc is empty. I don't know what it's gonna be as far as like size, because if the it's entirely possible. Oh, it's just ripping it straight to an ISO. It's one of those things. I don't know. Blu-ray, like weird. The actual files on PS3 disc are encrypted. Oh, so it's easy to read a PS3 disc, but not easy to do anything with that. So if I mounted this in RPCS3, it's probably not going to do anything. Okay. I thought it was something to do with how the disc is read, like Blu-rays with the keys or whatever, and you can't actually do anything with it without, like, I don't know, having an actual PS3 to decrypt it. Okay, then. Well, in that case, this is worthless. Most players just don't know how to read a PS3 disc. Okay. Because I think you were mentioning something's wonky. Or someone was. Okay. I would say it's probably faster to decrypt on here than on the PS3, but I don't remember it being exactly slow when I did my whole library. Yeah, PS2 discs do just work. I have two examples of that. One is a DVD, one is a CD PS2 disc. These read just fine. Just rip them straight to a BenQ or an ISO, no problems. There is software to decrypt PS3 ISO. Okay. This one, I bet, will be on Redump. I would be surprised if this one is not. Quick search. Bam, balam. Boom. There we go. Yeah. That's what I figured. That also validates compared to the other one. A free-full, every single game in this series has a name like that. PS3 controllers are terrible only because of the triggers. All of the other ones are fine now. Alright, well, we're not going to mess with this too much. I don't know why it's still going. I should probably turn off the other microphone also. Is the audio still, like, totally acceptable when I have the other mic just, like, floating around? Because I didn't even think about that. Do a search for Ratchet and Clank and show the stream? Why? Audio is fine. That's wild. It's A-OK. Wow. Man, okay, these mics were super worth it. All right. It said this was a Blu-ray, right? Disc type BD0. Okay. Disc size 120 millimeters. Whew, I'm glad they clarified that. I was nervous. It might have been like a different sized Blu-ray. The only reason I say that, it doesn't have the characteristic, like, super nice edge. It's kind of sharp. Or European Blu-rays just worse? Like, Blu-ray movie. Oh, no, that one kind of sucks, too. Maybe it was just early Blu-rays that were nice. I don't know. All right. You know, I don't really want that in the test bin. All right, I guess we can install the Asus drives into the CD robot. Actually, hold on. I got a wild card test. Oh, it's not in there. Aw, drat. I was going to try and rip Breath of the Wild, but it's in my Wii U. I would say I should get that out, but it's literally the only game I own for that console that I care about. So, you know what? It can live in the drive. It doesn't really matter. All right. Liked it with the other Whitecon. The background sound of the AC was nice. You know, I don't even have any audio filtering on. Well, actually, that's not necessarily true. There might be a little bit on the ATEM itself, but it's not that bad. These just have a really low noise floor with the lapel mic. Okay. For giggles to showcase the titles. That sounds like a big distraction. Disk size correlated with DRM at the time? No, definitely not. All right. Yeah, I see no reason not to install the drives in the robot. AC's on. It's snowing here. I live in Arizona. It's probably going to be 100 degrees out today. I'm not even kidding. It's probably the high. Okay, no, it's not going to crack 90 today, but let me see. In the next week, the high is going to be 98 next Thursday. We just had a really big storm roll through that cooled down everything a lot, so. Grew up in Wickenburg. Well, I mean, that's really far north. Also, higher elevation. You're in the mountains. You make firmware backup of your Wii U system. Yeah, everything is fully dumped as much as possible on that. So, because I am a weirdo and I bought the DLC for Breath of the Wild on the Wii U after I already owned it all on the Switch. Because if I was going to emulate it in Cemu, I wanted it to be fully legit. And I mean, I would never do that, Nintendo. Pinky promise. Anyway, yeah, let's grab the APLS and chuck the other drives in them. I'm going to shut down this computer and let's do some work. We're going to have to recalibrate the drive tray positions. We're going to have to... We got so much work to do, man. It never ends with this project. All right. You know, it's really, I really do enjoy this case and test bench. This was a good project. This is not going away because I do want to do the ARC card test with the EFI shim for resizable bar at some point, but for right now we're just gonna put it to the side. Good computer. I'm gonna slide this in here backwards. That way it's held in place and I don't have to worry about it plugging in and messing up my boot order. All right, let's get all of this out of here. There we go. Yoink! All right, now for the disc robot, which is going to be a pain in the butt. All right, I'm just taking out all of the hoppers for the moment. All right, I need to unplug the power cable and the USB cable. Nah, the dust builds character. And diseases, but mostly character. So, Chloe, you were the first person to use bits today. There is a pinned message. It is now 200 to do deck talk, but I appreciate the 100.
Loriku says THEER 200 if the robot is a pain in the butt. You move the arm too far down. End of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 300 total bits. I do appreciate that. All right, here we go. Oh, gosh. Ugh. Okay. No tripping on HDMI cables. Whew. You have an ARC also by A770. I was very graciously sent an ARC. Let me see what it is. I think it's one of the coolest things ever. It is an A750. I really, really enjoy the idea of Intel making competitive GPUs. Okay, it's going to take a while for the finger macro update. I know how that works for sure. All right, let me get all the test media out of the way. Okay. Increase volume of deck talk a bit. Okay. It's so unpredictable, so I just do it. Okay, there. Probably about 3 dB. All right. Ugh. In time for them to be bought out by NVIDIA. Yeah. i740. Oh, yeah, for sure. That's what I want. Okay, so this is the Aleratec Auto Publisher LS CD robot. And over here on this side are the optical drives that I had to extensively modify to make them work in this. And we're now going to pull them out and stomp on them on the floor because they're garbage and I hate them. We're replacing them with this stack of Blu-ray drives that are going to behave exactly the same way as the LG drive we were just messing with because they are hardware identical. They now also have all the same firmware. So, yep. Okay. Let's see. I already tell you the whole ARC project was scrapped. Intel CPUs have iGPUs from NVIDIA. I thought initially Intel came out and said we're not killing ARC because of the NVIDIA payment. Also, all of that, all right? NVIDIA gave Intel $5 billion, right? Okay. And then I think it was literally the next day they gave OpenAI money, but they gave them $100 billion. I feel like that should have destroyed Intel's stock value. They were willing to give them $5 billion. Like, yeah, sure. It's like the beggar kid in the English movie. Like, here's a pence or whatever, as opposed to like actually paying someone for something. Like, good grief. Have a pittance, exactly. It's ridiculous. All right. We have 12 screws to remove, 6 on each side to get these out. Here's $5 billion we found on the back of the sofa. Exactly. Like, it's a joke. Whoa, let's not murder the Blu-ray drives. They were told they would stop the next day. Ah, that sucks. That seems like one of them illegal things. Nuclear fabs make leather jackets, yeah. Think of the NVIDIA purchase? Well, since NVIDIA wanted to buy ARM real bad, they know NVIDIA's gunning for them. Yeah, you'd think, Portizo, but, there's no more laws anymore. Alright, there's that side. I am going to maintain my SATA connection order because it does actually correlate to the identification order on the bus. So doing that will make sure that they enumerate top to bottom. Stick a slip a tech change sticker over the Aleratec.com. I mean, I could, but I don't really care that much. I also don't have one that's long. There are tangent stickers that exist, though. Good, they're on Spring. You can get all of the t-shirt designs as stickers. When I ordered the samples for them 4 years ago, they were really, really nice stickers. Around here somewhere. The HP Voyager one, I mean the calculator one that's totally, random, happens to coincidentally be literally exactly life-size to an HP Voyager. It's kind of awesome. Purely coincidental. I didn't really have a say in that. I was just like, here's this design. I'm going to add a border so that it pads out and looks nice. And then boom, it was perfect. Portizo. I love that. Let me get a light so I can see as I'm working in there. Yeah, no kidding. Paul guy. Maybe that was just like, when you buy 10 cups of coffee at Starbucks, you get your 11th free when you punch out the card. They bought $1 trillion worth of GPUs, so, they got 100 billion back as a rebate. Which that was another thing Fry's Electronics did all the time. I didn't mention in that video. They offered rebates on basically everything that were almost impossible to actually get your money back on. They were the best worst company. I miss them. There we go. Whoa, we got drive trays again. It's crazy. And I think we get to keep them this time, too. Okay. This gets tricky here now. So I didn't do this last part do this on stream last time. But I do have to, these can't be crooked. So they can't be in there like that. Because the same exact horizontal position needs to be identical for all three of them. So they have to be perfectly in line, which is more difficult than you would think, because you can tighten down one side and then have it push out and be slightly at an angle. It's not perfectly, there's some wiggle. So this takes some time to finesse. So I'm actually going to have the drive doors handy because I'm going to be using those as my alignment position. No, because I see Lepotsic, here's the other thing. They need to not be inset because the bezel on top can actually block the drives, so they have to float out slightly. Ideally, they're perfectly in line with this top and the sides. So I'm just tightening the screws barely tight so that I can nudge these into position, and then I'm going to add more screws to them to try and lock them down where I want them. So I want there to be some tension. Yeah, see, that's too tight, so I need to back it out just a little bit. That's right, that one's ideal. That one's actually even better. So I'm going to add them to the other side. Use your one magic Windows talk command today. Just tell Windows. Oh, yeah. That was per lifetime, unfortunately. Straight edge and feeler gauge, yeah. Would straight edge help here? Again, not really, because there's more dimensions than just one that we're working in. So you know what? I'm just going to put all the other screws in, but loose, so then I can just tighten them. Thankfully, we're going to be able to be a little sloppier than we were with the other drives, because it's not going to need the short tray motion for these, because the tray ejects out fully. So that's a relief. So it's going to be a whole lot easier to calibrate these. Just 3 drives. Yeah, 3 is a lot. That's a lot of data you can fling around. Okay. So, again, flush with the bezel. That first drive is almost perfect. I would like to see the left side come out a little more, which I can't really do. So I'm just going to pop this down, push on that just a touch. I'm going to pull it back. Yeah, right there. Okay, and then this one, same deal. I'm going to push on this just a hair. There we go. Bottom one. There. Now the left side. It's a little tight. That needs to go in just a little more. Okay. Now the right side on that one's out. In a little too much. And that side's too loose. Okay. Poke that out just a bit so I can push it back. So it needs some color, release some stickers. Everyone wants me to sticker bomb this thing. I've never done that to anything ever, though. There we go. Oh, I think that's perfect right there. Yeah, that's optimal. Okay, so now I'm going to lock in the back screws. So the front ones can keep the position that's already set. Get dbrand to make a custom skin for it. You know, that would actually be kind of hilarious. Do a dbrand sponsorship where I get to wrap this whole thing. These are not fully tightened. I shouldn't have put the plate back on. This is like the only time I will ever say that all 4 screws are actually necessary. All right, now I'm doing a full tighten on this. I'll start with the back ones, so we're not the ones used to set the position. I'm going to kind of do this like torque and head bolts. I'm going to do them a little bit, then come back and do another pass, because I don't want this moving in and out. Leopard print. Have it be the Josie and the Pussycats themed one. Is this thing for making illegal copies of DVDs? No, it's for small-scale publishing of software and media. But yes, people did use it for that. It's not made for it. Just like a car could be used as a bank heist getaway car. They're not made for that. I mean, if I were going to do a wood type theme, I would get stainless steel brushed faceplates and then pine wood side panels. All right. That's good now. We just upgraded this thing to Blu-ray. Boom. There we go. All right. Now we go set this up. And it will never rip an actual Blu-ray. Most likely correct, yes. Unless Tron Ares is absolutely fantastic and I want to buy it on Blu-ray. That's the only one I can see in the foreseeable future. Make it green like the cooler grills. Actually, yeah, the church publishing sermons was definitely an intended use case for this kind of thing. All right, I'm going to pop this thing back up over on the 8-inch floppy drive. Oh, wait, no, we need to calibrate it. How do I want to handle that? You know what? I'm going to run the cables for this over to here, and we're going to calibrate it over here so you guys can actually see it in the light. And then I'm just going to bring a USB extension cable over to here so that I can plug this. Actually, I don't need an extension cable. I can just plug it into the hub. I can do all the control from over here. All right, let me get power. And we'll do this. I love how this went from, I hate this drive, I don't really care what happens, to actually this is a really good drive. I wonder what my one is at home. It might be the same. I might want to flash that one too now that I think about it. All right. And these drives went from I love them to I hate them. All right. So many devices would be so much better if only they had better software firmware. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I think I have enough slack here. I can actually position this pretty well. Yeah, easily. The middle drive is that's the one that gets USB power.
drives, slight modifications, no low bid, end of line.
Chloe, thank you for the 200 bits. All right. Okay, let me get the capture going for this. And then I got to run power. Push that button. And then... So there's already a power cable because there was a computer over here. All right, first time powering the Blu-ray drives. Boom, look at it. It's a thing. I mean, powering them in this, obviously, we just firmware flashed them. Okay. So, let's configure them, or calibrate them. Yay. I've changed DVD LEDs before. It's not easy. They're really, really, really tiny. You don't have to. It's not worth it. All right. It's a new plasma. This is an old plasma wallpaper. Okay. This is the calibration process here. We're going to have to run through the whole thing. So here we go. We might as well run sysexit because by the time we get to that point, we're going to be intimately familiar with how the thing operates. Okay, let me make sure none of them are commented out. They are not. All right. All right, here we go. Let me save that and run it. So this is a calibration routine that I made for this to work specifically for the auto publisher Pi disk rip interface. So, yeah. Here we go. What? Cannot open TTY USB 0. What are you talking about? You don't have wireless USB? I actually have to plug the cable in? What is this nonsense? Ugh, so lame. Fine. There. Oh, actually, I can get the camera in an even better position here. Okay, I'm going to grab the bins for media, because we will need that. Okay. Should make a video on wireless USB. It's an actual standard. Yeah, pass. That sounds awful. Okay, did any devices ever get... Oh, for wireless USB, I have no idea. All right, here we go. So this is currently receiving the calibration for the old stuff. I'm just going to open up the camera controller here so I can do it all from computer. All right. Boom. Okay. So now I can switch between stuff. Alrighty. So, welcome to the guided calibration for the Aleratec Auto Publisher LS. Press Enter to continue or Control C to cancel. We are going to continue. For each value, input a difference to apply to the current value. First, we would calibrate the position of the arm for each bin. We already have this perfectly calibrated. So if I go back over to this, I can just put the bin in here and we can verify that the bin position is right. So we're going to skip past the 3 bin position ones. Yeah, that's perfect. So I don't want to change that. So I'm going to hit Enter for the next 3 here, I think. Unfortunately, it's going to have to do a lot of full recalibration between these calibration steps because of how the thing works. So it's going to take a while. VLC can directly play the background song for the game. That's kind of awesome. All right. Bin 2 position will be fine. We're not going to change that. Sending cal data. Yes. So the robot has like 60-some calibratable things for different positions where the arm moves to. So when we want to change one of them, we have to resend all 60 of them. So it kind of sucks. Oh, setting. Yeah, that's a special term for I don't know how to type. Does the robot have a name? Yes, Auto Publisher LS. Bin 5 position, that one is good too. Okay. We're going to start getting into real stuff now. All right, next we're going to roughly calibrate a few things before getting into complicated discs. Arm position to drop disc into tray. So this is the horizontal position here where this will be in this direction. So for this first one, it stays up high, and the idea is you just put a disc over that and kind of roughly eyeball it. So I can see this is way too far back. So I'm going to... Okay, this is where this gets weird. It is a negative value, so we're going to add 20 to this value and then recheck it. So you're late, no problem. We have put the Blu-ray drives in this, so we're recalibrating it now for these. All right, now we can also kind of cheat on the calibration, and if we get really far back, we can see there are some holes in the tray here and here, and if we look at the position of the tip, we can try and align those. It seems pretty good, but it looks like it's gonna have to go a little bit farther back. So let me just hold a disc up to the clamp again to get a rough estimate. Yeah, I would say farther still. There's an unfortunate thing here that there is no way I can calibrate. This, it's looking like it's going to be at the absolute maximum 90-degree angle, so it could be a little bit farther back, it could be a little bit farther forward, although probably not likely farther forward. The absolute maximum 90-degree angle here is going to mean that the disc is over farther like this as much as possible. So I think this might end up being set a little farther to the left in the tray than I would like. So that kind of sucks. Yeah, I'm going to add 5. So we're going to do that. I'm going to add 5, then I'm going to call that good. All right. That looks perfect now. Basing the tip to the holes. And then this also looks really good. Okay. So back to the software. All right. So I input 20 and then I input 5. It also always tells me my last change. We're just going to hit enter. We can also input 0. A non-change indicates an acceptance. So we're going to move on to the next value now. All right. So for this one, we are calibrating the height of the drive. So I need to look at this from the side because the drive tray height is different for different drives. And that is clearly way too far down. Way too far down. So the drive tray height of the other Asus drives was lower down into the drive. So we need to modify that. This is a subtracting value. So our current value is 598 here. I'm going to resize this up a little bit. So our current value is 598. I'm going to go ahead and take out, let's try 15 and see what that looks like. So the arm's going to raise and then lower again into a different position. That's looking better. I want to say that's still not perfect. It's a little low. Yeah, I'm going to raise that up 5. So the idea is, and we can't really test it, is that there should be a disc that can fit between this lip that you can see there and the tray. And the disc is definitely a little thicker than that still. So I'm going to raise up, I'm going to minus 5 on this. And then we'll check that. Now, you might think that it has to be able to go down and pick up the disc too. So we need that to be correct for that as well, but not quite. The way that this works is it will go to this position, and then it has an amount that it will move down an additional amount until the sensor trips. So it has like a squish distance calibration value. I currently have set to 10, which is also the default. We're not even going to calibrate that on here, so it's going to be close enough. Okay, this I think is good. Maybe a little higher. I don't know. It's tough to tell. This one's the hardest one to calibrate, I would say. You know what? I'm just going to raise it by 5 and then we'll call it there. So I'm going to raise it one more time by 5. 5 is surprisingly not much. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to do -5. It's weirdly precise. It is incredibly precise. We're going to have to do this 2 more times, by the way. Okay, that'll probably be good. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to leave it there. So I'm going to accept that value. So the arm is going to be raised. All right. Fine-tune arm position. Yes. So this now is a last double check here. We need to put a bin here of discs. Apparently, I didn't actually put the warning into this. So we're gonna test this now. So this is the horizontal position from what we saw. This looks good. I'm going to add 1 just so that we see a test, because unfortunately I don't have a great way of making it test. So this is what we're seeing. It's the same position, but this time I'm going to hit enter and it should load a disk as a test, if I'm remembering correctly, so that we can verify that this position is actually good. Oh, that looks perfect. Yeah, that looks super good. Yeah, you may have noticed it like shoved it off to the side. That part kind of sucks. You know, if anything, I feel like it was still too far back. I kind of want to remove like 3. So I'm gonna remove a little bit more and run that again. And by remove, I'm meaning I'm adding 3 to it, because technically 0 position is somewhere over here, and then it negative moves back. Yeah, I think that's good right there. Was hitting the front cover? We'll be able to calibrate that in a second. Let me look at that. Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, we'll fix that. That should be an upcoming calibration value. Okay. Let's go back to here. Oh, it may have errored on that, actually. That kind of sucks. Uh-oh. Yeah, the robot errored on hitting the drive door. Drat. Oh, wait. Assuming error. Oh, good. Okay, we can continue. We'll be able to calibrate that going forward. There should be one final test, unfortunately. Not a lot I can do about the drive door. Hopefully it's not too bad. Looked like it squished a bit too much picking it up. That's just going to be how it works. Ooh. So it's going to need to raise a little more. We can calibrate that too, thankfully. Okay. Short tray slide, horizontal distance. This is the fine motion where the arm slowly moves the disc over the tray. It is to avoid hitting the drive bezel. Okay, and please press enter when you have discs in bin 1. Yeah, so I modified the calibration process. This should have been mentioned earlier, the discs in bin 1. So this is too easy. Go the crazy way. Mount the camera on the arm sensor, laser distance. Yeah. All right. So we want less short tray. We don't even really need short tray, I think, because the tray sticks out all the way. So you know what, actually, I'm going to set it to 0. I'm going to -50, actually. So that's going to completely wipe it out. So when it does the next load, it should just plunk it straight into the tray. So I'm going to hit enter and we'll watch it load the disk this time. Because I think we don't need it at all on these. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually going to speed it up a little bit too here. That's perfect. Okay. Wow. Huh. I might want to remove the drive doors. These stick out a lot. Like a lot. Like a lot. Huh. That's it may not be a problem. It might also be a huge problem. You don't see the issue? If you're serious, what's going to happen is it's possible the disk will get raised and hit the drive door. Now, it's going to depend on where the arm picks it up. I think we modify the last value by 1, and then we watch here to see how close it is. So this will be over. And yeah, we're just going to see how close the disk gets to the drive door as it's lifted. Just shave down your disks to fit, yeah.
Houghton says it makes all disks chip to CHEER 200. End of line.
Thank you for the 200-bit spooky. Also, okay, I just want to make sure. I thought I may have missed someone doing gift subs. Okay. This is after you manually adjust the discs in the optimal position too. Kind of. They can slide slightly farther forward, but the thing is the centering peg will pull them into the same position every time. Send it. Well, we're going to see what happens next. I mean, it hasn't had an issue yet. So, all right, let's see what happens. Let's see how close this is.
NEODRAGON 90SICHEER 200. Drive didn't go far enough before increased extension. Higher command.
It's so close. So close.
BOSSJOCK 77S subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 6 months, currently on a 6-month streak. End of line. Blanket subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 44 months. End of line.
Neo Dragon, thank you for the 200 bits. Boss Jock, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 6 months. I appreciate that. And Blake GJ, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 44, holy moly, 44 months. I appreciate that. Perplexed, thank you for the 10 gifted subs that also tripped 2 bonus gift subs. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Just mount the drives a little deeper. Maybe.
Gifted a tier 1 S up to SIMMICH 66.
Yeah, we might actually have to do that. That's a good point. APLS stands for Auto Publisher LS. That is the CD robot that we are currently working on here. That allows me to have a robot move discs around.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to a 10 mode. End of line. Gifted a tier 1.
That's too boring a solution. Well,
end of line.
Here's the thing, okay? The other side of this problem is here. Okay? We could definitely move it in just a smidge, all right? And not have an issue.
Tier 1 sub JOHMANX. NS subscribed at tier 1. End of line.
Joeman X10, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for the first time. I appreciate that. So this gap here, that's a good thing. Move the whole drive cage back. That would suck. I really, no. Actually, just no. No. That's not even an option. Anyway, this gap means that the webcam taking the pictures up here is actually going to be able to capture the entire disc. So, yeah. Now, I could move it back that 1 millimeter. Maybe I just should. We're gonna have to run all the calibration stuff again. I mean, all of it. We probably should. I don't know. It's a balance. So we can move it back and fix that. Does the bottom drive clear the discs? They're not closer down there. So the bottom drive or the top drive, it doesn't matter. They're all in the same spot. So I'm just going to move the webcam because it's already going to be out of calibration for these trays.
Who says CHEER 200, it's a balance between clearance, work, and Shelby's sanity. End of line.
Yeah. Chloe, thank you for the 200 bits. The real problem with I'm not moving the drive cage is this. So the doors slot into the metal plate, and if I widen that so they can move slightly farther back, then they will rattle even more, which is just no. Okay, so here is where... Wait a minute. Is this a self-solving problem? So first off, there is a gap. Just barely, technically, there is a gap. Secondly, if there's never... I don't know. I don't know if it's a problem. Like, here. I'm going to take this. I'm going to let the discs fall all the way to the front, like an unreasonable amount, and now I'm going to put it in there. So that's like... Even that didn't work. Hold on. I'm going to take a screwdriver. I'm going to put it through all of the discs. I'm going to push them to the front. As much as I can. I think we're fine. I think we should look at the second drive. Oh, God. Totally hit him. Again, though, the only real problem is when they get picked up or not. I wish we could slow the motion down. I want to watch it unload and load again, really tightly zoomed in on that. Because the thing is like I was saying, the disc is going to be moved around by the arm as it picks up. No, the tray is not closed when it picks up the disc. It could be. Although that would be a bad idea. Okay. I'm going to tell it to take out one, so it's just going to redo it. So I just want to see how close to the tray it is when the arm actually picks it up. Oh, gosh. It'd be preferable if it doesn't hit the camera, too. Okay, here we go. Oh, that was tons of space! Zafina, yeah, thank you for the 100 bits, but yeah, it is 200 for the deck talk now. There is a pinned message about it. G-Pin, thank you for the 100 bits. It's too zoomed in. We can't see the whole picture. The only thing I was trying to look at is the space between this drive tray and the discs here. when it's picked up.
2 gift subs and 2 bonus gift subs to Purple 6 gift.
Holy moly!
Purple gifting 10 tier 1 subs to
Perplexed! Thank you for the 10 gifted subs again! Triggering 2 more bonus, or did 2 gift subs and 2 bonus gift. Wait a minute, triggering 4 total? Holy moly, thank you so much. For what ended up being 14 total gift subs. The pin disappeared. Oh, okay, that's nothing I can do about that. Sorry about that. I think it's good. I think we don't worry about it. If it becomes a problem, we pretend it's not a problem. I'll just pop the trays off if it becomes a problem. Okay. So that's good. Randomly gift up to 100. Well, that would be nice. Okay. Remove the front panel. Yeah, we can if it becomes an issue. I don't think it's going to be an issue. So, all right. If it becomes a problem, future Shelby's issue. Yeah, exactly. Campbell fed September. Yeah, it does seem to be that way. All right. So we're going no change. It's now 0. There we go. So this was the, you can't see it, the tray, short tray position. Okay, so the next 2 calibrated positions we'll be able to just skip, essentially. Because the next calibrated positions are actually going to be about the height of the disc over the tray. So yeah, short tray ducking, vertical distance is the fine motion where the discs are slowly moved over the disc tray to avoid hitting the drive bezel. We're going to not change it because it doesn't matter. We have 0 horizontal motion, so the vertical position of that motion doesn't really matter. So it's going to do one more load because it always tests, just so that you can see. And then we'll continue. There is a loading and an unloading height. So we're going to probably have to set the unloading height next. And then we'll be able to move on to, I believe, the rest of the tray positions for the heights. Okay, yeah, unloading, no change. Now we can just move on. All right, I'm going to grab my water while that works. All right. Next, we'll calibrate the tray heights. Drive 1 tray. I think I do want to raise it just slightly. I'm going to raise it by 3. And then we're going to call it. So let's see what that looks like. Yeah, that seems really good. Yeah, we'll go with that. Okay, so no change. It'll do it one more time just to confirm. And then we'll move on to tray 2. Yeah, that looks really good. All right. Tray 2 time. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, I may not have the drive IDs properly calibrated or configured. Problem. Here's what we're going to do. We're just going to tell it a change of, let's go with -10, because it's, I think our total actually was like -18. And then I'm going to manually eject the tray, because I think I didn't calibrate the drive path correctly. I don't know, that seemed pretty good, actually. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I want to change that. Yeah, that seems perfect. We're not changing that. Okay, I'm just going to minus 18 on the next one, too. So it's going to do one more load unload, and then I will manually eject that drive and manually close it, then manually eject the next one. Okay, so after it removes the disk, I'm going to close this. And I can go ahead and open that. No, 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 no. Ah! So that's, it thinks that's drive 3. So that's a problem. So I think we'll be okay.
Function JOHNLEGO 100 subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 9 months. End of line.
John Lego, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 9 months. I appreciate that. All right, we're just going to tell it minus 18, and it should calibrate and home itself and all that fun stuff. It'll be fine. It ran into the bin after I stopped it from moving, because it tried to open the incorrect drive tray. Yeah, here's the thing. I cannot add a panic stop button. It's not possible. The commands I'm sending it to do the motion are queued internally, essentially. So there's no way to stop it. That looked really good. I don't know why, but it thinks it errored. It's going to time out on this for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, the power supply is a real panic button. What it was doing there wasn't that bad, though. Yeah, assuming error, but it's fine. Okay. So it'll continue on without that, or with that as is. Anyway. Yeah, I think that position was good. So, I'm going to continue. I'm just going to close that. Okay, I don't remember what comes next, because I feel like we're done. Attempting disk load as a test. Oh, it's going to try and put it in the bin. All right, hold on. Here you go. Hey, look, it was perfect. Wow, okay. Now pick it back up. There we go. Okay, and we're done. Yeah. Okay, there we go. So here are your calibration settings. That is the final output. So what we do now is, because I'm realistically the only person who's ever going to use this, I'm just going to pull down any current changes and update these values. So git pull origin web, just in case. I don't think there's anything. Yeah. So now I'm going to, first off, I'll copy these just in case something happens and it's stored in my clipboard. Yoink. Because these are not quite the same as Python format. That's the JSON configuration value. You're able to put that into a settings file to use when you run the program. Boy, it sure is a good thing I copied that. Thanks, console, for hiding that information. I didn't need that at all. Okay. New window. Paste. Okay. Sure. All right, bin 1. Yeah, so the bin positions don't change. Arm bottom, that doesn't change. That's the minimum position that the arm can go on the stepper. I don't know if it's ever going to be different for any of them. Disk mash, that's the calibration value for how much it presses in when it tries to pick one up. Okay, drive one, 570. We took out, yeah, 18 total. I guessed that completely perfectly. So there we go. Take out 18. Drive 3, take out 18. Okay. Tray angle, minus 111. All right. Tray load, unload, those don't matter. And tray slide is now 0. Okay. So that'll work. Now we can run it with Pi disk rip. If only. Because we still don't have redump set up. So now we have to add redump. And I'm going to try and set this up in a way where the user can pick either CDR-DAO or redump. And the main reason I want to do that is so that, now the drive IDs don't matter. Main reason I want to do that is so that we can also add ARU later. And then in addition to having it rip as redump, we'll be able to rip with ARU as well if we want. So we can rip it twice. It's kind of what I'm thinking. So, or we can pick whichever one, I don't know. So I want to have the ability to pick which media ripping engine you use, essentially. So it'll default probably to CDR-DAO because that's more likely to be installed on someone's computer. And then we'll have options for redump and ARU. So, all right. I think that's it for this part, obviously. Okay, let's pop the machine over and use it properly now. You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and git commit this before anything else wonky happens. Git commit -m updated default cal values for Asus Blu-ray drives. These are probably the #1 drives I would recommend anyone get for this thing if they were working on one, so I don't feel too bad committing those as the defaults there. All right. Yep, let's move everything. So I'm going to shut off the robot. Unplug USB. We're going to have to recalibrate the camera position, and by recalibrate, I mean physically move the thing, but we'll do that later. That's a lower importance problem right now, so I'm just going to stick it back up, kind of have it be there. So, didn't you remove somewhere a comment? Yeah, at the bottom, but it doesn't really matter. I removed the part that gets run when you directly execute the single file, and I set it to run the calibration stuff, which is realistically what it should probably do anyway. So, yeah, that's fine. All right, I'm going to put my flashlight back where it should be so I don't forget it here. Now let's go ahead and work on the software side. Oh, this project never ends. All right. How many of you have used automatic ripping machine or the media format preservation, whatever thing that Redumper wants you to use? I'm curious how much time I'm wasting by implementing all of my own stuff. But keep in mind, the main reason I am doing this is to be able to integrate floppy disks with the Grease Weasel, and also file, what's the best way, derivation. So you rip a CD, it becomes a bin queue. You convert that to waves. You convert those to FLACs. You get ID3 data from Music Brains, and you incorporate that into the stuff. The ISO 9660 file system should be extracted. You should get the files output. So I don't know if that kind of workflow exists with any of those other programs, which is why I'm writing my own stuff from scratch. All right. Here we go. Yeah. Still not light. Alrighty. Power cable for it. Yeah. Okay, can turn that on now because that's on a power strip, although I should just turn it on so I can calibrate all its nonsense. Then I can plug it in. Showpiece weightlifting for the stream? Yeah, no kidding. All right. There we go. Yeah, just put a... Well, if we're coding redump, we should actually have data we can read. Although I'll probably want to just put them on top of these so it doesn't have to move all the way down. So I can put the receiving hopper in the back, and just so I don't lose track of it, put the third one right here. All right. Now, secondary angle. There we go. And although I don't think we're going to have that too much here. Okay. I just need to tap here, push here, and there we go. Now we're ready to start the softwaring. Okay. Whew. All right, sitting. Wow, crazy. All right, I'm just fixing a couple of things on the other monitor here so I can actually see chat. There we go. Okay. Whoa, okay. Whoa. All right, so first off, I'll talk about why the drive IDs didn't matter. So the drive IDs are set here, and that's the hard-coded just for the calibration test routine. There is no way to load a configuration file into the calibration stuff. So if your drives were not SR123, you would have to modify the file to be able to run it. There's no way around it, because I'm not adding configuration file loading to this. That'd be kind of overkill. But we can test what the trays are actually set to. So I'm going to eject dev SR1, which I would think, no, it is that one. Why is that the top one? Because we have GD emu, or GCD emu. That's SR2. Why? All right, simplify my life. I'm going to reboot this. I'm going to turn off the auto publisher. I'm going to reboot this thing so that way the CD emu does not get such a weird drive ID, and we can have a simpler life. So I'm just going to go ahead and restart here. That's the cheat code method to fix this. Let's see if there's any new comments on the video. YouTube started doing this new fun thing for creators for how they show you comments, where they're sorting them by most relevant rather than newest, which is cool and useless. So it's now easier than ever to miss someone's comment. Also, wow, I got a lot of comments about people telling me that I should have used apt-get, even though I literally put an on-screen thing for almost the whole duration of that section, where I said it should have been apt-get. Jarek, yeah, they're not guaranteed to be in order, but they're almost certainly always in order. Possible to add alias for drive ID. Yeah, there's always ways of doing things. There's a lot of comments. I'm going to have to read more of them later. Okay. So now, this will be SR1. Boom. Beautiful. We don't need you, Nextcloud. Go away. So I'm right-clicking the thing, and then the dialog is just instantly closing. Why? There is a bypass option that doesn't work with my software for reasons I don't remember. So we can't use that. Yes, I would like to fix it one day. For right now, I got bigger fish to fry, and just restarting the computer solves the problem. I wonder if my internet just died. Thinking it may have. Yeah, I'm going to reboot the Raspberry Pi. Weird, I can't activate the KVM. Okay, I'll just press the button. The IT cred fixes as usual. Yes, it usually does. Just like it's gonna fix my internet problem now. Yay! Ugh. This thing's getting fancy. Got Blu-ray drives in it now? That's just ridiculous. So unnecessary. My favorite part is how there are Blu-ray drives in it, and I really don't ever intend on ripping Blu-rays. This is purely for CDs. All right, internet working now. There we go. Now it's working. So now I can probably close this. Yes. So Nextcloud won't let me close it if it can't connect to the internet. Makes sense. All right, that'll let me switch around video stuff there. Okay. All right. So now I can turn on the machine so the drives can get power. It'll enumerate on the hub. I'm going to give it a second, and then I will connect to the hub. All right, that looks good. Connecting that. All right. So now, let's do this. I'm just going to describe to you what I'm running. Eject dev SR2. Beautiful. Ejecting 3 as I would want it, and 4. Perfect. Okay, so now we'll just run the T variant of all of those. Close, close, and close. As long as I wait for the machine to fully power up before I connect it to USB, the devices always enumerate in the same order on the hub. So it is predictable as long as I do it in the right way. So that's why I'm not super concerned about that right now. All right, back to the software. Redumper. Okay. Oh. I don't remember. Did we download it on here? I feel like we did. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So there's some software. We should probably put this in my bin folder so that it's in the path. It's already there. Okay, I'm good at that. And now we need to write a media handler for this. So let's look at CD. Unfortunately, I named this CD instead of CDRDAO, but we'll figure this out as we go along. All right, set media type to handle. Okay. That's a problem. You could have the drive serial numbers in the config. Oh, that'd be awful. That would work, but I would hate it. The drive-by path would be better. Okay. This is a pretty fundamental architecture change for how the software works, what I want to implement. The shortcut version is just to erase CDRDAO support and only use Redumper, but I don't really like that idea. So I'm trying to think about how we want to handle this. So media type to handle CDID or CD. That should be good. What I think we could do is maybe add a handler ID. So we have something similar for controllers. There's a controller ID here. Type ID, auto publisher LS, no. Controller ID, yeah, that. So if we add a handler ID to this, maybe. Yeah, we might be able to do this really, really, really lazily for now. So I'm going to do this. Set handler ID. Okay, we're going to set this to CDRDAO. And then let's go to disk rip main. Okay, this has some default settings here. So under, let's say, these are drives. We don't want to mess with drives. We don't want to mess with controllers. We want to mess with media. Media handlers, let's say. So for a type of CD, we can default to a type of CDRDAO. But then we could change this to Redumper later. So we'll figure that out. So for right now, we're just going to do this. So under Media Reader, I believe is where it gets this. So we get Media Manager here. Okay. And then there's actually, under Media Manager, there is a function here. So this imports everything. And then we initialize these here. So we have media types CD. And this is where this gets tricky because this ID, I believe, is what is used. Let's see. Load media type, find media type. Okay. Is this used by one of the ones up here? Load media type. Yes. Currently still have original type equals CD after the new one. Well, we're really far away from this working. Are you talking about this? Because that needs to stay that way. This is this needs to match when it is a CD. That's how it knows that this is the method or the handler that rips a CD. Because there's some that rip, well, here, we can see this. There's some that rip CDs, some that rip DVDs, some that rip actual block level discs, ones that rip floppy disk, and the dummy one just generates random data. That's only for testing, as it specifies. So that will always be CD on even multiples of them. We're going to start out here. We're going to rip a disk in the drive that's built into the computer with Redumper so that we can test this process. First, we're going to do with CD or DAO, just to make sure that that actually works. Media types, CD for media types. So I think we could do this as CD, CDR, DAO, and it wouldn't change a thing. CDR, DAO, hold on. Oh, this should be handler type, sorry. That's what that needs to be. Okay. Yeah, handler ID, that's what that should be. These have to, I don't like this solution. There's probably some weird Python way where you can iterate over all of the files in a directory to initialize the individual classes. But for right now, it just initializes all possible handler types. I feel like this especially makes sense for the web interface, but I don't know. There's probably a more elegant way of doing this. So we'll have a second one of these that is for Redumper, and we'll change this initializer in a second. Okay. Let me think about this. So find media type, check media handler and return handler, times items. Type ID is never used to match. We match the media type. Okay. So I think we don't pass the settings here, which is slightly complicating this. So what I want it to be is if, you know, media ID equals CDR, DAO, or whatever, then do this. But, you know, not be awful. But we got to figure out how do we get a media ID in here. So we get this. It's a setting, media handlers for CD. This is in the settings file, which gets inlined into the config file, but the config file is not passed during this portion, during the initialization portion. So we're going to have to initialize both here. And this somewhat invalidates the CD handler type. Find media type, find matching media, okay. So guess media type takes an optical type and then tries to determine using PyUdev whether or not it is a CD, DVD, or Blu-ray. Blu-rays don't do anything in the software yet, and probably, I mean, actually with Redumper, we will be able to rip Blu-rays, so that'll be kind of cool. I can enable that finally, because everything is going to be the same under Redumper. So probably, yeah. Okay, find media type. So this, guess media type, or that, or it's an optical, then we reassign it with the exact type of optical. And then we go through all of these and we find one that has a match. Find media type, media sample. Okay, so that doesn't have the configuration option either. Uh-oh. This is going to be a tricky one. So this gets called find media type. At this point, we do have settings. Yeah, it's called in two places. RIP and RIP Auto. I forget why we're getting the media handler here. It's not even used. Is it just so we can set the controller? But why? I don't think we need this. Because here, controller, media handler is not none, set controller, yeah, equals controller, okay. So we don't even need the other one. So yeah, that's the only time this is called, find media type. So at this point, config data does exist. We could get to the configuration options. Yeah, I guess we just pass the settings there. All right. Don't really want to, but fine. I really wish I could do globals. Well, it's a little more complicated than just checking for SR1, 2, and 3. Wow, the config data is never used anywhere in this. For the CD, though. I mean, I'm trying to be lazy, like usual, and copy paste a thing. Wow, it's not in any of these. Huh. All right, config data, or manager, boom, equals none. Oh, wait, no, it's going to have to be passed. I'm just going to have it crash if not, because we actually need it. Ugh. We have to have one more check. Here, config data. Actually, I'm going to steal it from this. If config data, settings, media handlers, and then media type equals media type dot handler underscore ID, then it can return it. I love how that's not a super long and confusing line at all. Also, I'm going to do this really quick. If media handler equals none, then just return it. So this will default if there's no secondary options. Also, this needs to go into media handler here. Self dot handler type ID equals none. All right, that way we have the default to fall back to. Okay. So that should make it so that we can set the handler that we want to use for that session. It's not going to support ripping multiples of them yet. We could just do that as an in, and then make the set a list in the configuration options, but that's going to add more complications. The complications might just work, but I don't want to find out right now. So we're going to do this. All right, in theory, I think this now functions. So let's try this. Archive, redrive, we have single, right? SR0, Blah, 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 blah. Manager, I'm going to grab from disk rip this, add it here. Now I think we're good to go. Okay. Disk rip, settings, single, -S, -W. Okay. See what happens. Didn't error, so that's a sign. All right, here's our output. We're not going to get a pretty picture because this is not going to work. Let me do CDRDAO. All right. So let me try ripping this. It ejected the tray as it should. Let me throw in, what was a small one? Oh, Beck Loser should be small. Let's do that. All right, and this should rip with CDRDAO now. It'll detect it in a second automatically. Except it crashed. Because in Media Reader, I forgot to pass the config options. Boom, there we go. Okay, let's kill this and try again. All right, CDRDAO, start rip. Type media handler 138, wait, what, 382? Oh yeah, I think I don't need that. I'll just leave it for now because I don't want to have to find out if I need it. So here, take some config data. No, you want that, you want fine. What editor was I using? I could just, oh, it's controls. Yeah, okay, never mind. I'm talking to myself, you know, like normal. Okay, that's not erroring. I'm lazy and I don't want to type CDRDAO again, so I'm going to go back to my clipboard. I'm going to grab that. I'm going to regret having clicked the update button because that's going to open Discover, which is going to want me to type a password so that it can update the app repositories so that I can try and do stuff. CDRDAO 1. Okay, start rip. Okay, you going to error this time or not? Find disk type is CD because it's already in there. It checked, it found it, and it's ripping it. Okay, perfect. Well, it's about to rip it. It's going to do a Music Brains query first. Which is apparently going to take forever. I like that no photo found because that didn't work. There's no camera pointed at this drive. Take a picture. Rip sessions. Beautiful. It's working. That's exactly how we want it to behave. Okay. All right. So now we can do this. CD, copy, paste, CD underscore redumper. Okay, CD redumper. And then we call this redumper. Config data is going to be completely different. I'm just going to leave that blank for now. It is going to sort of output a bin queue. It will output a Music Brains. I'll have to grab that manually. We can leave that alone. Count sessions. I don't remember if we need sessions. I don't think so. All right. We definitely need the Music Brain stuff, so that stays the same. this is an area where it would be ideal to have it work with multiple handlers at once so that we could have Music Brains be at the same level as CDR DAO and Redumper, because Music Brains does its own thing entirely differently. So, yeah, I guess even right now it would be beneficial to have the other stuff. I'm just realizing the internet died again over here. Hold on, let me reboot the Raspberry Pi. Typo in file name. Redumper? I mean, isn't that more accurate? Thank you for catching that. All right. And there, now I have internet again. Good. Okay, PyCDIO, CDIO. Yeah, we're actually going to use all that. We're going to use this. Okay, Redumper. Yeah. All right. So for right now, we need to change our command. So it's going to be Redumper. It's going to be disk. We're going to add retries equal 100. And we're going to add drive equal that. Did we add anything else? I don't think there's any other parameters that we used. Hold on, let's just try this. Redumper, help, just look at it, make sure there was something else that stood out. Help, version, verbose, list all drives, auto eject. We automatically auto eject, or we handle ejection. I don't want it auto ejecting with the robot, that's for sure. Speed, I want it to be maximum speed. Let's see. Read offset, yada. Blackstar, skip bleed in, Asus, skip bleed out. Offset, we're not dealing with offset values. This is stuff we're probably going to have to add as configuration options, though. Force split, we probably will enable that. Continue CD commands and starting value. I'm guessing this should now say disk. Refine subchannel. Yeah, we're not refining. Force unscrambled. No, I don't think we want any of that. Firmware file name. Oh, that's probably for flashing. Yeah, we don't want to do that. All right. There's some things I could see doing here, but we don't need them right now. Okay. And I think I'm actually going to do this, binq_split as our file type, which won't match anything else for right now, which sucks, but we got to handle it. So that's going to be different. We're going to have to look at whatever binq merge utility it was Matrox Millennium was letting me know about later to fix this. So, all right. We're going to have to do the same thing for DVDs and Blu-rays, by the way, as well. But for right now, we're just going to try this. Okay, so that does that. We're going to do this. And that goes there. Wait, this is count sessions. Oh, we actually don't want this. Hold on. We can replace all of that with this. Although, we can just... Actually, command will equal this. We're not counting sessions because Redumper just rips multiple sessions by default, so we don't need to actually directly handle any of that. Let's see, binq_split. We're going to go ahead and not do any of this for right now. I'm just going to comment all of that out. Our output file is not going to match this for the moment, but nothing's going to handle bin-q split, so that's not a problem. Continue to next session. We're not doing multiple sessions, so we can get rid of all of that. Yeah, okay. So it does the metadata. Yeah, I think that's going to be correct now. So count sessions, don't need that. And then I think everything else is correct here. Maybe. So I'm going to change my settings to use Redumper, and then we will relaunch the software. That's fine. Okay, so settings, single, Redumper. Let's rerun and see what happens. This isn't going to work. Never mind, because we need to do a couple more things. We need to go to the manager for this stuff. We need to import cd Redumper and the object name here. And then we need to add it here. Redumper. There we go. Now it might work. Okay, so we'll call this one Redumper. And let's try again. Start rip. Now the optical drive handling is still all the same. It has opened the tray. I'm putting in Beck loser because it's really small. Okay, after it detects this, it should try to run Redumper, so we'll see what happens. Found disk with 5 tracks, okay. So look at output. Is CD, yep, okay. No photo found. Okay, Redumper. My paths might be a little wonky on this, actually. Oh gosh, it's gonna, oh, I didn't even think about that. It's not ripping where it should be. Mantle, Morites, and Raiders, hello and welcome. So we are currently working on my CD changing robot here. So this has a robotic arm that can pick up discs and pop them into drives over there for mass ripping and archiving of media. I just changed out the drives in this today for ones that are modified with a firmware that works much better with the Redump project. And I'm having to update my software for controlling this robot that I wrote myself so that we can utilize Redumper, which is a different thing entirely. So I'm working through how to best handle this. So that's what we are currently working on. So this is ripping a disk right now, and it's not storing everything in the correct spot, but that's... Oops. That's the command. I think it's not logging the output right now. I don't know exactly what it's doing. Yeah. I'm just changed batteries, wrong radiator valve, and not realize this makes so they chuck the old pair a week old. Ah, dang it. You like Shelby? I'm off to bed. Looking forward to results. Well, thank you. So yeah, we are working on this at the moment. I'm not exactly sure what it's doing. It's the scramble file. Yeah, it's still reading it. So that's going fine. We can just pass the path as an option here. So that was one of the major options up here. Image path, yeah, dump files base directory. So this is what we're gonna need to set this to the like actual output folder we want. So we'll go ahead and grab this and start working on a fix for this here. So CD Redumper, we're gonna add another parameter to the CMD thing. That was up here. This one. Okay, now let's go ahead and make these individual lines. Okay. So we have another one. That will be this. And then I'm just going to go over to CD and steal this from the cdrdao command. Data dir. Yeah, that's where we want it to go. So let's do this. I don't know if I need a post-fixed path. I suspect not. Ooh, we may want to name these ourselves, actually, because otherwise we're going to have to glob this stuff. Maybe we will just glob it. Actually, I think we should. Probably the smarter way to handle it. All right, so that just handled all the stuff. Yeah, that worked great. So, yeah, we can use redump with this now. I'm going to restart it with the path option so that it hopefully does not just dump all the stuff into that place here. I don't think it actually deleted. Yes, delete permanently. Perfect. Okay. So I'm going to
They've subscribed for 9 months, currently on a 7-month streak. And says, lol, I read the stream title as drives to the Alps. End of line.
Rich Files, thank you for the tier 1 sub there and for 9 months. I appreciate that. I could set up Redumper as a system file. I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, I need to go fix this. Go. Okay. I already put, the Beck CD back in there. So we're just going to run this. And F5. Okay. So Redumper. This should now put the files in the subfolder correctly. In the bin folder, so you don't have to point to it all the time.
Ultimate says gloppy, gloppy, glop, glop, glop. CHEER 200. I know, but I couldn't resist torturing my fellow Brits with the reference. End of line.
Oh, see, I don't know that one. Well, thank you for the 200 bits, Ben. We just put Redumper in the path, so that part's fine. I'm not directly pointing to the Redumper binary anywhere in PyDiskRip. All right, and there we go. Yeah, it's putting the files exactly where we want it. Okay, that's perfect. Consider yourself very lucky. So the output data, due to how I have this software working, will already be kind of handled because the data type is being specified as a bin-queue split. Although I don't know why it's getting that as the folder. Because I have it hard-coded there like an idiot. Well, we'll fix this for next time. So it's reading the scram. That works. I always just dump utils into the bin folder, run it anywhere. Also wonder why my Linux install dies after 7-ish years. Yeah. So the other trick I like to do is I have a custom bin path, and then I will symlink into there from Git repos, compiled binaries. So like on my laptop, I was messing around with 86 box yesterday. I re-pulled the 86 box code, recompiled it to get the most up-to-date version, and then I just symlink the 86 box binary into that folder so that I can update my software by doing that. Makes it really easy to manage stuff where I'm compiling the source code myself. All right. Yeah, I guess we just look at merging the bin queues now. Redumper, don't split bin queue. Yeah, let's start out this way. Because this kind of sucks. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if there are PS1 emulators that won't support the separate bin files. I always just make a folder called bin in my home folder, not even a dot file hidden one, and then just add that to the path manually. Okay, let me look at this, because it seems to be talking about the thing. Okay. Resume development, disk, cargo disk, AG binary packaging. It just loaded. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and stop it, in case it's trying to load something else. All right, that worked perfectly. So this is what this software does, Redumper. So we get a single queue file that points to individual bins for all of the tracks. I don't really like this. And I don't know how well supported this is going to be by other software. Like, actually, let's try this really quick. Just for kicks. Actually, I know this isn't going to work. bchunk, all right? So bchunk is a program that lets you read WAV files out of a bin queue, and we have to specify the bin file and the queue file. I'm just going to go out on a limb here. It ain't going to work with this. But for kicks, we'll try bchunk star.bin, see if giving it all of them works, and then I think there's multiple things called queue. No, so star.queue, and see what happens. Yeah, I didn't like that. All right, so we're gonna have to merge these files to make them sensible. So f split. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, converting from more complex formats, simpler ones. Okay. So I think I've already read this page about this nonsense. It's horrible with this stuff. So Redumper is a relatively new command line disk archiving program, which has quickly emerged as the Redump community's new preferred tool, preferred disk backup tool for archivists interested in using command line tool. Redumper's current recommendation. Its feature set is relatively restricted compared to Disk Image Creator, but its opinionated defaults ensure it does just does the right thing without extra configuration. Focus on simplicity and reliability. Also extends to its metadata files or provides same metadata as other options to produce a smaller number of more organized files. Find it easier to reason about. Also provides some detail or additional metadata. Find useful. Okay. Disk Image Creator, formerly Redump tool recommended, but its standards no longer recommend it. Compared to Redumper, its focus on simplicity. Blah 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 blah. Okay. For bin, in, star, do, bchunk, bin, whatever, bin merge. Wait, is bin merge this command? Bin merge. Seems Redumper always does separate bin files. Use bin merge from here. Okay, is this what Matrox Millennium was trying to link me to earlier too? What are you up to since you're done with the calibration? I just implemented the ability to choose between CDR-DAO and Redumper in PyDiscRip. So we're about to be able to use the robot with this stuff. Keep tapping back to see why I'm being summoned. Realize I'm not. I'm so sorry. Binary files. No. We're trying to figure out how we can utilize Redumper effectively within PyDiscRip, which doesn't handle the weird bin files. I don't think I say bin and ben that closely. Wait until QGIS comes along. Okay. So I guess it's you just provide the folder? Interesting. Okay. Arizonan accent makes bin and ben sound close. I really don't think it does. Additionally, I would say Arizona is one of the areas that has the least amount of accent. Q file should be next to all the bin files, so might assume, yeah, that's what it's looking like. I mean, in theory, you don't actually need to tell it where the bin files are because the Q sheet will contain relative paths to the bin files. What part of the South am I from? Yeah. The thing is that there are needs cleaned construction. See, that's dialect. That's different from an accent. There is Arizona dialect. There is not an Arizona accent, though. Arizona is what I consider TV English. Exactly. That's what I mean. It's not, there is no accent to the dialect or to the dialogue, but there is specific dialect things. So yeah, path to the queue, and then I assume that's the output file. I'm a Canuck, we essentially sound the same. Except for a boot. Aluminum, that's not an Arizona thing. Again, that's a dialect thing, Wesley, so that's different. I suspect there are a handful of words that will be regionally pronounced different here, but it's not aluminum. Bin merge to merge bins after Redumper is done. Yes. Yeah, because Redumper, so here I ripped a EP, a single CD, however you want to think about it, and it produced 5 track bins, which is really annoying. And like this project says, and like I was speculating, a PlayStation 1 game, you need to rip as a bin queue because you need to be able to have the audio tracks work. So you need to have whatever software you are running your bin queue file through support either multiple files or not be multiple files. So, yeah. California definitely has some local dialect. That is for sure. Many different ones, though, is the weirdest part. Oh, cool. Why am I getting welcome to Gemini things? Great. Oh, because I own an Android phone. Delightful. Ugh. So yeah, we're looking at bin merge right now for that purpose, Yin. I don't really like adding another dependency, and I really don't like adding a dependency that you have to compile yourself. But I don't think there's a way forward without this. Southern Californians have like no dialect or accent, bro. Yeah. Sorry, I meant brah. No, that's that's a different location. I'm to switch to Ubuntu phone. I was only having the disposable income away from Kickstarter backing the Ubuntu phone. I wanted it so bad. So badly. Yeah. I know it technically exists. There's also KDE phone. Just might as well tangent because we're not going to finish anything today. I was about to type KDE tangent. KDE phone. I think they call it mobile. Yeah, Plasma Mobile. I'm curious about this, but I never own a phone that it's functional on, that we can use it right there. So, yeah. Wow, this is slow. But man, wouldn't this be awesome? Like, this sounds incredible. I can't remember. Isn't this not actually maintained by the Plasma organization, though? I think it got dumped to, like, individual maintainers. It's very dead? Yeah, that's what I thought. I wish. That would be so cool. All right. I'm not going to use a Pixel. Unfortunately, my camera choice is dictated... Camera choice. Well, that really says it all, doesn't it? My phone choice is dictated by the camera. Because I need the ability to easily film stuff for videos, and this is a fantastic tertiary camera that I always have with me. So, yeah, I don't really have a lot of choice there. I know the Pixels are going to have a good camera, but, like, I don't really think anything beats this right now. Maybe the S25 on paper because it's the S24, but they incremented the number on the box by 1. So, I don't know. But, yeah, I prefer this. I need this for that reason. Yeah, there's no precompiled version of this, so we can just use this there. Wait a minute. It's Python. It's Python. How long is it? Dude, it's 378 lines? What's the license? GPL 2. Is that long for a Python? I think it's pretty short compared to some of the nonsense I have going on in here. I mean, yeah, it's almost... The Redumper thing is almost as long as that. Media Reader here is longer. So, yeah. So, Dave, my phone has log video as well. Does not have ProRes RAW. That you have me as one leg up on. I am waiting for the day that the Blackmagic app supports BRAW, though. It'll happen. One day, I swear, they'll finally do it. And then we'll get log BRAW on the phone. And then Insert utopia picture. All will be right with the world, and I will be so happy. Copia much, yeah, kind of. I don't know why they don't have B-Raw in it right now. Anyway, okay, what are the rules for GPL v2? How can I integrate this? Deck Talk is 200 bits right now because it gets abused a lot. Does it have an IR camera? It does when I plug the IR camera in. Okay. Anyone who does this kind of stuff as like, you know, a person who knows what they're doing, I love how the license file's longer than the like actual program. What do I need to do to integrate this legally, like, and be cool? Do I just like yoink bin merge and then like say GPL owned by Putnam? What's my license? I'm pretty sure I'm MIT. So that might be a problem. But can't we individually license a different thing? I'm not cool with that though. I just want it to be MIT. All resulting code. Yeah, but my code's not derived from it. You can bundle it as a separate program, not even going to incorporate it into your code. Okay, but let's look at this. Let's look at how it works, okay? So we got the functions, okay? And then we got a def main. When is main run? How is main run? Yeah, I'm just make your program, DL this program, and make the user agree to its license. Oh gosh, that sounds awful. What is this? Some Minecraft EULA? Class file. Wait, when does it actually run it? Where's that like init underscore thing? So we got def main. How? What? Class file. Class track. Print license. Wait a minute. Hold on. This program is free software. Redistribute it, modify it under terms of GNU. Oh, 2. Okay, so it is 2 in the program. Asking the end user to agree to GPL. Insert has been 0 days meme here. Yeah, exactly. Looks like you're deriving from GPL program internet lore. Yeah. It can be a dependency you run, that's fine, but linking it to yours in Python, importing, I guess, is where trouble starts. Okay, am I crazy? Or how does this thing actually begin executing code? Because I don't see the... I'm not seeing this. Magic? I know, right? Are you just inventing issues? When is this needed? What are you talking about? Bin merge? It's needed right now. You can define an entry point if you're packaging something. I assumed you just download this file and you run it. We need this to fix how the files are output from Redump. They aren't compiling this into an actual binary, are they? No. Import, bunch of stuff. There's print license. If not main. Def main. Dizzy, the program that I use to extract WAV files from bin queues does not support it. So, there we go. Did you install bin merge with a Python command? No, I don't think it's on PyPy or anything. At least I don't think so. Bin merge. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Oh, sure, it's near you. Yeah, because I don't think I can sudo apt install bin merge. Pretty sure that's not an option. No. From 6 years ago. Is this the same thing? Yeah, it is. Weird. Let's have the code you need and modify it so it's no longer their code. I don't know about that. I'm not really thrilled with that. I don't really want to call it as like separate executable if it's a Python program either, though. What's the best path forward on this? How good is it, too? Is there a need for bins to be merged? Yes. All possible block sizes. It seems like it's trying to keep track of a bunch of stuff. I wonder if it supports CD text, too. Because technically that gets stored in a Q file. Kind of. Re-implement what it does your way. I don't know. They're doing like math and stuff. That sounds like a pain in the butt. I'm not sure I want to do that. Yeah, the Q sheet stuff is the nonsense that I don't want to deal with. It's like, let's go look at this Q sheet. You can say, unfortunately, it doesn't copy the CD text over. Okay. So that kind of sucks. So Q. Yeah, so the offset is per track here. There's a 37, frame offset, not second, frame. No, the Q sheet modifications are a nightmare. I don't think you guys understand that. Basically, you can get rid of these lines, every single one of those. But then we have to say this line starts where this one ends. But then we have to add that to the next one so that this one starts where this one plus this is where that one ends. That gets trickier with how the stuff is added together, and then Q sheets can actually be pretty complicated. They're not trivial to work through if they're correct. I don't think any of these are going to be that fancy. So yeah, you can see here it's sequential building up. We have to handle all of the indexes. We have to offset all of them, and that is minutes, seconds, frames. So it's not like super simple. We've probably not ripped a CD text disk here. And unfortunately, I think it might have only showed up in the queue or the talk file. Stupidly, if it actually, oh no, I just mounted it with, jeez, I don't want to mount it. Open with Kate. So yeah, there's a lot of data in these. The talk files are actually better. Cubin extract. Script meant to take bin-q, extract the raw CD, tracks, audio, in whatever format the user specified through script arguments. Or simply separates all the tracks. Okay. All three formats. Available audio formats. Okay, so that doesn't fix ISOs. B-Chunk also extracts ISOs. Bin merger. So this one's C. Command line tool to merge CDR win Q sheets with multiple bin files into a single bin Q image. Technically, it can have several uses. Built with the purpose of aiding in creation of PS2 something or another. Okay. MIT license, beautiful, but it's C, so we're not like inlining that. Bin merger is that here? No. Let's get into really niche stuff. It's not like we can install Redumper this way either, so we're into the land of you're on your own here, so yeah. Having someone have to come grab a file and put it in a executable path isn't the worst thing. I'm going to think about this some. We got 6 minutes. We're not implementing anything right now. I want to think about this some. I want to look at output options for this. Because, like, I haven't actually seen an ISO file be usable from Redumper yet, so I would like to know more about that. 20 minutes? We got 5 minutes. So I would like to know a little bit more about this, I think. Because this is a problem that is not relevant to Pi disk rip. It's a problem that's relevant to everything. Because the bin queue as an actual output file is important. So having it be the split one when not everything supports split ones kind of sucks. The other thing is that the multi-session disks, you can't even realistically split the bin queues on that. It's just terrible. So bad. Set clock does not let you set the clock to whatever time you want. It's only to set it to the actual time. Maybe time to switch to Aru. That doesn't solve the problem, actually. Aru might just output a bin queue as a single file. I don't know, but that introduces other complications. Accidentally sent someone a pair of Duff ISOs yesterday. Disk 4 stuff ISO wasn't the right answer. Could have sworn that usually works. Yeah, I had a weird issue. I tried to boot the Linspire system image that I took in 86 box and grub errors with error 17 on there. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on. I think there might be some LBA nonsense with the drive paths that I got to figure out. Excuse me. So I'm not looking forward to that. I'm hoping the backup is good because I didn't actually test it. Yeah, Coder Joe, I do know how it works. It's just, I don't know that you comprehend how much stuff can be stored in a queue sheet and how complicated it is. Like, does binmerge support CD-ROM XA correctly? So there's this. Looks like it probably does. Yeah, there's a lot of weird nonsense that you have to handle. Whew. Stayed up all night watching this stream. Well, I hope it was worth it. We didn't end up at a solid solution here. I kind of felt like we weren't going to, because the redumper part is a whole unknown world. But we're ready to use it with the drives at least. You know what? Let's do this. Let's at least do this. All right, kill this. Let me go back up here. Edit APLS 234. Perfect. We're gonna go grab this. I'm gonna add the media handler for APLS here to set it to redumper. We do have the camera. The camera's not really positioned correctly, so it's just gonna, you know, whatever. And now let's run this with APLS. And let's use redump to read a disk through the Aleratec, which we haven't actually done yet. There it is, homing. I'm gonna add back loser here. I'm gonna set it in the software. So I'm just gonna say back APLS. All right, and we're gonna auto rip. Hold on, let me refresh really quick, make sure it loaded correctly. It did, okay. And I'm gonna start. And now it will go ahead and grab the disk. It should also take a nice pretty picture before it continues. That was not quite correct. Huh. I know what happened. Oh, that's the old drive calibration. Yeah. Well, at least it worked. Now this will update in a moment. I think it updates before it starts to rip. All right, we'll back over to here because we're not going to see anything over there. Boom, there's a picture. And now the redump rip should start. Back APLS, status. Okay, we should get media here in a moment, or some other stuff. Come on. It's probably trying to do a Music Brains request right now. There we go, Music Brains. Yep. Then I'll switch over to redump and start ripping. Which we haven't ripped with redump with these drives through the hub yet, so it would be nice to just see this happen. Come on. Do the thing. And I'm going to have to stop it from picking up the disk because it's not going to do it correctly. The problem is that I had the calibration data here. I just need to get rid of this because that is the old calibration data. Sure is taking its sweet time with this. Unless it screwed up and it's trying to run CDR-DAO. I don't know. What are you doing, software? Rip to APLS and bin queue split. Perfect. There we go. I don't know why it took forever, but yeah. It's beautiful. Speaking of beautiful, that's a really, really pleasant blue LED. I mean, it's kind of super saturated there, but it's like, it's a nice one. I like that one. It's a very deep blue. So yeah, that'll work. Okay, like I said, I am going to stop the rip because I don't want it to screw it up. Because it won't be able to grab it. There we go. Is there a rail only on the left side? I think there is. I think that side of the drive... Yeah, you can't see what I'm doing. I think only this side of the drive is properly secured. That doesn't really wiggle, but this side wiggles a lot. So I think the drive kind of like sags on the right side because Yeah, that's cool. Choose values get the exact intensity of blue and white I wanted for sequence power up dog indicators. I get it. No, that makes sense. Well, all right. Bin merge will not copy anything from one Q sheet to the next. Generates a whole new one. File track lines. You lose any comments, text, such. Yeah, I think that's not going to be acceptable. I don't know what the solution is yet. I'm going to have to look into it some more. Be real sweet if Redumper could just add an option to not do that, but we'll see how it goes. There might be some weird thing we could do, maybe with Aru, to have Aru import the split merge and then have it export a merged merge or a split bin queue and have it import a merged bin queue. I don't know. We'll look at what the best options are later. I need to do some testing with Redump and its outputs. So, yeah. But all right, for now, what the necessity on the merging is. Many programs, I believe at least, I know of at least one right now, will not support multiple bin files being referenced from the Q sheet. They have to have the Q sheet and the bin file specified as a single file. And while I can only find one program like that right now, I heavily suspect there are other ones that are not going to be able to support it. So, and unfortunately, the one program that I found right now that's like that is the one that I use for extracting audio from bin queues and ISOs. So it's kind of important that that one works. I could potentially replace that one, but I don't know. It's just something's got to change. So I got to figure out how I'm going to handle that. I am going to connect to the server and start the outro in a second here. So yeah, I need to figure out more about the redump workflow and how the actual outputs work. All right, here we go. Alrighty, well, that is going to be it for today. I would definitely say it was a productive day. We accomplished the goals that were set forth for the day. Got the drives installed. They work. We validated that. The firmware is all flashed. They're ready to go. It's just having to use Redumper kind of sucks. It's a little bit of an unfortunate situation, but it really is going to be the better tool in the long run. It's just not jiving with my existing workflow here. So yeah, not great that we're gonna have to change so much. But anyway, if you enjoyed this stream, you may want to follow to be notified when I go live again next weekend, because unfortunately this project just will never end. It never ends. And we're gonna have to continue working on getting the software to work. So, all right. If you enjoyed the stream, yeah, might want to follow. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon or get a shirt like this one. But that's it for now, and I will see you next time. And even if CDR-DAO did work, I want to switch to Redump eventually to get sub-channel data. So it kind of makes sense to just rip the Band-Aid off now and figure it out.